Let's build a snowman, everybody. Hello, my name is Jan Montarsi, and I'm happy to be releasing my previously private video for my Build a Snowman tutorial. I hope you enjoy it. Some of the items in the tools may have new vendors that you can buy them from. One example is the texture sponge. Check out polymerweek.com. For other tools, I will try to put up-to-date links in the description. Thank you. Enjoy my video. Hello everyone. In this video, I'll be reviewing all the tools, supplies, and clay we need to make our snowman pins and ornaments. First of all, you'll need a pasta machine. Your pasta machine needs to be clean because we are working with white clay. You may want to wear gloves also. I try to keep everything clean so it's not a problem. I may or may not wear gloves during the video. Next thing we're going to need is circle cutters. In the video, I'll be using the Kemper circle cutters. Comes in a set of 6. I will also be using some small Bootlace Ferrel cutters. If you have other cutters like this set, those will work too. They don't go as small as the Sculpey set. I also will need Kemper circle cutters. If you have Kemper cutters in all the different sizes, and then there's some other random cutters. These are also from the set. There's a set of clay leather punch cutters that you can buy, and they're nice and sharp also. They have 3 or 4 sizes in that. And one other option for small cutters, you have, any Bootlace Ferrels cutters are great. And this little set, this is actually 5 different cutters on here. And they're very sharp. You can see those sharp edges. They telescope inside each other. They do come apart. These are clay punch cutters by Naturescape Studios, excuse me. And what I like about these is when you cut with these, you can use the next size to push out the little piece of clay. And that's another option. And those come in all different shapes, hexagons, squares, everything. The next tools, I want to talk about sponges. If you have the original Clayo sponge set, which are not available now, they are working on trying to find a new source, but we will be using the middle size. If you don't have that and you have this kind of sponge, it will work also, but it needs to be a sheet that we can run through your pasta machine. I do sell these. If anyone buys one of these from me, I will send you this set of 4 small Boot Ferrel cutters, which you can really get 8 sizes because you can use the plastic end of the cap also. Taking care of your sponges. They really need to be clean. No fuzz, no build-up clay residue, and you may not even see clay residue on there, but it does get on your sponges, and it transfers to the next color you work on. So what I do, I make myself a little washing machine. These are some dirty sponges, and in here, this is a ice cream container. I have half water, half 91% alcohol, and a drop of dish soap. And I just leave these in there, and I might shake it once or so, but I just keep putting them in there till it's full. And then, after a day or so in here, I take these to the sink. I pull them out, leave the liquid in the jar. You can reuse this liquid for a long time. If you keep the lid on, the alcohol won't evaporate out. And then I wash them out at the sink with hot soapy water and then dry them on a paper towel. And they're good as new, but you want to keep your sponges clean. Okay, what's the next item here? I want to do this video before I make a big mess everywhere. The next item we have is an acrylic roller. You'll need the things I dropped on the floor. A needle tool. A bud setter. A bud setter has 2 needles on it. This is a Kemper tool also. It's one of my most used tools. Blades. You'll need some flexible blades. They don't have to be real flexible. You'll need some stiff blades. And then I like to have just some small blades on hand, small stiff blades. I use those a lot. Okay, then we need to have tiles. Now I'll be working on 4-inch tiles. If you have bigger tiles, that's fine too. But you need this shiny kind of and clean. I have stacks and stacks of these. I use them for everything. A lot of the stuff I do, I build right on the tile. I try to touch stuff as little as possible. Patty papers. You'll need some patty papers. You'll need deli plastic papers. If you don't have these, the best thing to substitute this with is plastic grocery store bags. Cut them up and avoid any printing, because the printing will transfer to your clay. Cardstock. You need some cardstock, or paper. Now for the ornaments, if we're doing the ornaments, you're going to need some wire. The wire I like to use, this is Beadalon 7-strand clear color stringing wire. This is a Econoflex by Softflex, same type of wire. It's thin wire. It's very flexible. It doesn't really bend unless you bend it on purpose. But I like to make it match my ornaments. And you'll see that later. Or you can also use, this is 26 gauge wire. Little tiny spools. I bought these in a set. I probably have 8 or 9 more colors. But it's like I said, I like to color coordinate things. And these will be for our hangers for our ornaments. You'll also need some crimp tubes. Doesn't matter what the color is. The only thing that matters is that whatever wire you use, if you fold it and put 2 ends together, they both have to go through the crimp tube, bead tube. For the pin, you'll need a pin back. I think this is a 1.5 inch. This is a 1.5 inch pin back. Just a standard pin back. You'll need a water mist bottle. You'll also need something to clean with. I use alcohol, mister, and paper towels. I cut select-a-size towels into 1/3, and I also have some half pieces here. I don't like baby wipes, but you can use baby wipes. I can't stand the smell of them. And they leave fuzzy lint on everything to me. I've never liked them. But anyway, you can use whatever you want to clean with. Let's see here. I'm checking my list. And then you'll need a soft brush. And of course, I think I dropped mine. you'll need a soft brush. And then this is black powder. It's HD powder. It's sold by Donna Harriman, and I will provide a link for that. And Donna has also, if you don't need my sponge, and you do buy a powder from her, black powder from her, she will also send you the set of 4 little ferrules for free with the black powder. Any size. I don't know if there's a smaller size in this. I know there's a larger size. But this powder is more like a enamel, low temp enamel powder. I tried the black Pearl X and it just looks flat and dull and dirty. If you notice on the Snowman, you get a nice sheen, not a shine really, but it's a nice soft sheen that you get on the kohl buttons and eyes. It just adds a little spark without making it high gloss. You can do it without also. But to me, this is just that one little notch up when you're making something. All right. Now, clay. Of course, we'll be using white. This is 2 blocks of white clay. It's probably way more than enough for what we need. Then you'll need black clay. And this is probably 10 times what we'll need. Most of the clay, other than the white, is very little what you need. So you probably just have it in your stash. I'm looking for a deli paper to put this on. Then you'll need some blue clay. We'll need some ultramarine blue. Let me pull this apart here. We'll need some ultramarine blue. If you want, you can use some cobalt and teal, but you definitely want the ultramarine. You can change your color of blue by mixing these in various amounts, whatever tone or shade you might like. But I'll be using probably just the ultramarine blue. Then you'll need some more clay, and you can see this white clay already has smudge in it. And that's fine. This is going to be for the carrot nose. You don't have to use the fuchsia, but this is cad yellow, cad red, and white, and then a tiny little bit of brown. If you look at the scarf, the white is toned down a little bit with the brown. I don't want the white in the scarves or hats to outbright the Snowman. So that's why I add that tiny bit of brown to that. And these are the colors that we're making. If you can see that carrot nose, it's actually multicolored. That's for the carrot nose. Now, for the scarves, you can do whatever color of scarves you want, but I'm going to show you, and later on I will show you how I make these in the video. These are stripe blocks. If any of you have ever seen any of my YouTube videos, I show how to make these, but I will show how to make these. Now, the color we'll be making is this one for the nose. But just to let you know, when I make these, let me take these out of the center, you'll notice it's like a color wheel. I'm trying not to blind you. So this is like a color wheel. And what I do is if I'm going to make this one using these colors, the red and the yellow and the white with a little bit of brown, and I'll make this one. Then after I make that block, I cut the scrap off and I mix it into a solid color. And then I'll take some fuchsia and add into the mix. This one actually has a little, quite a bit of fuchsia, if you can see it in there. But I'll make, another version with white and yellow and maybe no cad red. And I'll make this one. Then I'll take the scraps from that and add even more fuchsia to it. I might add a little more brown to it if I want. And I'll make this one. Then I'll hit the next one. Has pomegranate in it. So it's the scraps from this plus white, and then pomegranate. Then the scraps from that with fuchsia and white, mixed with my little bit of brown. No, it's very little. And then I took the little scraps from that, and this actually came from the blues. I use a primary and secondary color wheel of colors, and I just work my way around. And I might make the orange yellow first and the blue and the fuchsia, and then work both directions. Then this was a yellow one I made, which is basically just a lighter version of the brown and white, and then my yellow, no orange in it. And here you can see I started adding some blues to it. I added a little bit of wasabi to it. And this one actually has some black in it too. So, and then this one had some darker greens, no black. But you can just, whatever color mix you want. Just remember, if you take yellow and red and pink and white, you're going to get a real orangey stripe. So in the end, it's going to register as a solid color, but with a little bit of stripy detail to it. So you'll get to decide, but we'll make the orange in class, and this is a really poor example of a piece, but we'll be using that for the carrot nose. And then the others are made exactly the same way. It's just your color choices. Just stay within the color wheel. Here are a few more tools we'll be using. A scalpel or an X-Acto knife, a pair of scissors, and some straws and a lighter. Now this is a cocktail straw. This is a little bit bigger, and this is a skinny drinking straw. And just for reference, this is a McDonald's regular drink straw. I don't usually use them that big, but there may be need for something like that at some point. And yes, I took that out of my drink. So what we do with the straws. The straws are for impressing. You can use them as cutters, but for impressing textures. And one of the textures I use this for eyebrows. And what I do is I cut on an angle. I'm trying to get you the best angle, so that I have, that's still too much of an arc for an eyebrow. I'm going to cut a little more off on one side of that, and we'll see what we end up with. Okay, so that's a nice curve for an eyebrow. Then I take the lighter and just lightly melt it. You don't want to catch it on fire. You just want it to roll back. And then you get a thicker impression. Cut a little bit more of that off. There you go. And you'll get it. Like I'm going to do the other end of the straw. And I'm not lighting it. I'm just letting the heat melt it a little bit, and then it makes it a wider impression, a thicker impression. You can see the two compared to each other. Okay, that's one. I'll do some on this little one here. That's what it's like before. I don't know if this is messing up my camera or not. We're just getting close. We're not touching the flame really, and it melts it right back a little bit. I don't know if you can see that or not. Cool. then you get wider rings on your impressions. So this would be for eyebrows or dimples or any facial expressions you want to add, and you'll see that later in the video. Here's a little chart I made for you with the Sculpey circle cutter set and their sizes, and how I number them when I refer to them in the videos. Hello, this will be the first video, and in this video we're going to be making the snowman, coal eyes and buttons and mouths. What I have here is black clay, and just to be sure, on my tools video, I want to mention that I am using Primo clay, and we also will be needing Bacon Bond. Not sure which way the camera's going, so I'll show it both ways. What I have here is two different thicknesses. This one is rolled out on a number 5, and this is on a number 6. And we're going to attach it to the tile very well. When I start, I put my clay on the tile and just attach the edge. Then I put a deli paper. And I slowly burnish, and then slowly release the sheet a little at a time down onto the tile. That way I don't get any air bubbles. Then I take my acrylic roller, and it's best if your roller is wider than your sheet of clay. That way, if you're working on a nice veneer or something, you're not going to dent the edges if it goes out past both sides. And I'm going to burnish this down to the tile. And ideally, if you have the time, let your clay stay on the tile for a while before you work it. It actually sucks it to the tile even better. When you remove your paper, do not pull straight up. Pull back across the sheet. Okay, and then I'm going to do this one real quick. Now the reason I'm using two different thicknesses, for the smaller dots, I use the thinner clay, and for the larger ones and the semicircle mouths, I use the thicker clay. I'll trim that little piece off of there. So this is enough here for a bunch of snowmen. Now, the cutters I am using the Kemper. This one's about 3/8, and this one's under a 1/2 inch. I think it's the 5/8, or actually, yes, the 5/8. No, it's actually smaller than that. This is 3/8. This is 5/16. And then this one is from a small mini set. And it is to the outside. On the inside of the cutter, it's just over 1/8 of an inch. This was a set of 4. There was a heart, a circle, a teardrop, and a flower shape. I'm going to use my Naturescape circle cutters. And then I'm going to use the 4 small ferrules. And I'm just making an assortment of dot sizes, just to show you what we're making. These are some I had from before. The real shiny side is actually the back. And these are different sizes of pieces of coal and different arches of mouth. If you want a mouth that's a big wide arch like this one, use a bigger cutter. It has a shallower curve. The smaller cutters will give you a higher curve. So you need to decide which ones you want to make. Like I said, this is all up to you. I also make mouths with just coal dots, which I'll show you later in the video. This is my 6 and this is my 5. Starting with the 5, I'm going to cut some mouths out first. And I'm going to show you on a bigger piece of clay in a second so you get a better view of it. I'm going to cut one circle, and then I'm going to move my cutter over just a little bit. Ooh, I forgot the most important part. But it's actually easier to see before I put the powder on. You can see. Now what I have here then, I'll take out the center shape, and that'll leave me with 2 crescent moon mouths. And I'll show that on a bigger piece of clay in white, just so you can see it. I keep standing up because that's easier to see my camera. So I will cut my first circle, and this is a large version, which I'm not going to use. Then move my cutter over just a hair, and I can move it over farther if I want. I'll do a skinny one. And that gives me 2 crescent moon mouths. And this is not a very nice cutter, but if I move it over a little farther, I will have I lost one. That's why we do extra. That'll give you 2 crescent moon mouths. And then the rest of it is just dots for different sizes of coal. Now, before we get into the cutting, we're going to add our black HD powder. And we're going to just put a liberal amount on the sheet. And I'm rubbing it in with the brush, coating the whole sheet, trying to burnish it in with the brush a little bit. Now it's going to look very dull and black. I think this is actually blacker than the black clay, if that's possible. And scoop it all up on there. And then I'm going to take my finger and burnish it some more into the surface. And using this opposed to Pearl-Ex, this actually bakes like a glaze on the clay. If you use Pearl-Ex, it will need to be sealed, especially if it's a piece of jewelry you're going to wear. I'm going to tap off the excess onto this other one. And then repeat it on this one. like I said, this is a much larger piece than you'll probably need, especially if you're only going to make 1 or 2 snowmen. But as you'll see in a few minutes here, I make a bunch and then I have them. There's nothing worse than you're making a snowman and you put 2 coal buttons on his belly and then you realize you don't have a 3rd one. And you have to stop and make one. Burnishing this in with my finger. And it's not very dirty. It cleans up very nicely. Normally I would save that, but I'm going to just dust it off into the trash can. Wipe up my table here. Okay, so this is the number 5 setting. This is the number 6 setting. So on the number 5, I'm going to take a piece of deli plastic. And this keeps the clay from sticking into your cutter. It also domes the surface edges of the circles. So I am just going to cut a bunch of these. I'm using the small, what I believe they call the 1/8 inch Kemper cutter. And then I'm going to make a few mouths along this strip here of different thicknesses. And by that I mean on some I'm moving it just a little bit, and others I'm moving it much farther so I get thicker mouths. And then I'm going to use my the largest of the 4 Bootlace Ferrels. And normally when I'm doing the dots, I go in rows. I go in rows and I leave a little space in between them, not much, but just enough that when I go to take the clay off, I can run my needle tool up that space in between. Okay, that's enough of those. I'm going to make some of the next size Bootlace Ferrel. I'm going to stop there with that. And then I'm going to take and make a few of my largest Naturescapes tube cutter. I'm going to go down the row on these. And then some of this one. Okay, then hopefully none of the dots stick to the paper, and they didn't because the powder acts as a resist. Then I'm going to take my needle tool, and I'm trying to go between the rows. And try to push as hard as you can without hurting your fingers or your tools. You want a good clean cut. And you'll have some that don't make it. They'll get damaged in this process. So make extra. You'll probably need them. And I'm not going to peel all of this off, but I do want to get enough off here to show you. And if you're peeling it and it seems like the dots are coming up, stretch it a little as you're pulling it. Hopefully this is showing up. Then when you get to the mouths, you just want to pull out that center piece. And the clay I was using is very soft and sticky, and that is actually better. And your scrap clay you can use, but once you mix this powder into it, it firms it up very quickly. So that'll be 2 mouths there. And that will be 2 mouths. Now these are the bigger dots. That was a nice long straight stretch. I'm sure this is getting boring. Okay, anyway, so I have enough there so that you can see. And I'll do the rest of this later and bake these. But I want to show you some smaller ones now, because sometimes the smaller ones stick to your paper. So I am going to, on this thinner sheet, this is the number 6 setting, I'm going to use these 2 tiny little Bootlace Ferrels. And I do a lot because half the time, half of them pull off the tile. And sometimes your cutter slips. Okay, now you can see here, some of them stuck to the paper. So for those, I take them to a clean tile, and then I'm not pressing, I'm just slightly rubbing. And normally what I do is I'll let that sit there for a while, and then I'll come back. But you can see they pull right off onto another tile. So if they stick to the paper, they're not they're not lost. Do some more here. Okay, and this the one I'm doing now, excuse me, is even the smaller size. It's the tiniest little hole that there is possible, probably. And I think all of these will stick to the paper. And you can make these snowmen in any scale. It just depends on what size cutters you make your circles out of for the snowman body. When I do the ornament, I'll be making a larger one. This is the size I make for pins. Some of those are coming up, but like I said, I usually just lightly go over them. And it may make them a little bigger, but they're so small anyway. If they're a little bigger, that's fine. They're supposed to be pieces of coal, which are not going to be perfectly round. And a few of them didn't stick. But like I said, if you do this and then let them rest for a while, they'll adhere better to the tile. Okay, I'm going to let that go. So then I'm going to use, just for comparison, I'm going to use the smaller 2 cutters. And you'll find out when you make some of these how easy this process is. The whole thing. These are very fast. They're fun to make or for selling or gifts. Okay, those are the 2 small sizes of that. And one other thing you can do, all 4 of these ferrules, well, I lost one, there it is. Okay, you have the small metal side. but then you can also use the larger plastic size, and it's actually easier to hold that way. There's some of that one. So with each ferrule, you actually have 2 sizes. There's some that came out. I'm going to put this on my tile. And then I'm just going to, and when I use the plastic end of the ferrule, I put it on and I wiggle a little bit. And I'll show you what that does. It helps with having less cleanup. And from burnishing that clay onto the sheet, it really sticks. So you might have to peel it up. Now what I want to show you, these were the 4 plastic ferrule cutters. I wiggled them. And what happens, because I have a bunch more made over here already. I'm trying to find it. Now on this row right here, you can see, especially like that one, there's extra crud around the dot. And that would probably be fine, but me being OCD as I am, what I would normally do, if you find one that has extra around it, just take your needle tool and you should be able to go around it and just peel it off. I don't have any on this one, but I'm going to slowly work on this. And I will do this later. I just want to get a little off to show you that it is possible. You may lose some of them. And this is where the stretching as you're pulling up helps. I lost probably half of those. Well, in any case, I lost probably half of those. So I cut extras. You're going to need to take the loss. Okay. But you can see here, that's enough for eyes and a mouth. So like I say, you don't need very many. Now, this one that's been sitting here for a minute, I'm going to let that sit for 1 more minute, and I'll do the next step, and I'll pull it off afterwards. So after you take all your cuttings and you make sure, like here's one that has a little bit of excess on it. Well, actually, that one's smashed. Get rid of him. I'll peel up some of this around these bigger ones. Maybe I'll get a piece that has the excess on it. You want to leave them far enough apart to get your needle tool between the rows. I think I see one that's going to be schmutzy. Okay, so here's one right here that has the extra around the edge. Just take your needle tool and just work around it. Just go around it. Okay, I'm going to stop there. We get all the little extra bits off. And I'll use the brush. And it's all right that it still has some powder in it. I'm just kind of smoothing over them, getting any little bits of clay off. And then I will actually take just a little more powder. And I distorted that mouth, but it looks kind of neat. So I'm going to leave it like that. Might give me a nice smirk on the face of one of them. And then I'm going to go back to this tile that I let set for a few minutes and see how many of those we can keep on the tile. Most of them. There's a few left there. I don't need that many of that tiny size, but anyway, just make sure your tiles are very clean and they will stick better. Let them rest. Same thing with this. I'll dust over it with the brush. Get as much powder on them. It helps get rid of any little crumbs. Okay, and then I'll do the rest of these later, and I'll show you what I have here on these other tiles. These will get baked at recommended clay temperature. I bake at 275 for about 15 to 20 minutes. Preheat your oven. And then these are a bunch I made earlier. Try not to set them on my raw clay. Different mouths, different size. You know, I have a lot. I have a lot here. So I will have plenty to work with to make a bunch. Now these bigger ones, I actually did this on a number 4 setting, so they're higher and thicker. And these ones I intend to use for larger ornaments. But for the process of most pins and smaller ornaments, use the number 5 setting and the number 6 setting. And I'm using an Atlas pasta machine. And I do want to show you one more tile before we go. I don't know if you can see the difference. I'm going to tilt that around. See the shine on that? These are slightly duller, not much. But what I'm looking for is just a hint of glimmer, like a piece of coal would have. And these are actually have a different product on them. Well, it's the same product. It had the black for all what I showed you today. It also comes in a clear. The clear is much shinier. So if you want shinier things, or if you want to make other colors of eyeballs or dots, get some of the clear too. Because they're almost like you have heat set dots then. But the clear is nice. And here's one more option for making the coal buttons and face pieces. I have my clay on the number 5 here and my plastic like normal. These are tube cutting sets from Donna Harriman, the same person who sells the HD powder. There's an A and a B set, and they look exactly the same, but they're actually, each set is different. But this is a whole set of tubes of all different sizes that you can use to make your coal buttons. Do some of this size. And these make a nice clean edge around the piece. I'm gonna grab some out of this other set. They are different sizes. It's like every other one's different. There's the real tiny one on that one. And those little tiny ones are sticking to the paper, but they're nice. All right, and then I will show you those. Don't want to get my sets mixed up here. There you go. And those are some of the very tiny ones, which I'll transfer to the clean tile. Oh well, I'll get that later. I really wanted to show you how nice they were. They're very nice and rounded and domed. So that's another option you have for cutting out. And they go, they go up big. They go up to probably 3/4 of an inch. So if you need them for other projects, they're nice to have. Okay, our next video we'll be making the carrot nose stripey block, and I'll show you how to make the stripe blocks, and then we will continue on with the other videos. And I'm going to peel off the rest of this and bake those so I have them for later. We're back. In this video, I'm going to show you how to make the carrot nose stripey block. First, I wanted to show you I baked our pieces from the last video. And to get them off the tile, you just take a razor blade and just scoot them off the tile. I'm not going to take all these off, but you can see they come off. And when you go to clean your tile later on, if you run it under hot water and use a razor blade like this and just scrape, and then at the end, after I'm done, I use a scrubby sponge with soap, dish soap, and it all comes off very easily. Now, what we're going to be making is a stripey block. And I use these in a lot of quilt pattern pieces I make. And we were going to be making this orange. And I talked about these earlier in my tools video. I have some white here and some yellow, cad yellow and cad red, and a tiny bit of brown. And as I said before, I'm going to add the brown to my white, and this is probably a third of a block of clay, a quarter to a third, and this is like half of a pea size. I'm first going to mix just half of that in there. I'm just mixing it through to get it mixed in. And you can see it in there, it's still mixing in. So mix a little bit more. Okay, so this is, I'm going to show you some real white. Hopefully you can see the difference. It's just a slight bit, it just knocks the white off, the brightness off the white. So I'll mix that a few more times. And then I'm going to make it on my thickest setting. And then for some orange, I'm going to take most of this yellow, which is probably also about a quarter of a block, and a tiny bit of red, because cad red just overwhelms yellow. I don't use recipes that much. That's 3 passes through. I'm just trying to get a nice cheery orange carrot color. Okay, now it might need a little more red, but what I will do it's going to need a little more red. I'm going to just take a chunk of that off and add a tiny bit, probably less than half of what we had the last time. This is still need a little more red. Just do a little at a time, and also mix it fully. If you think your color's there, but it's not mixed all the way, by the time you finish mixing it all the way, it will get much brighter or darker depending on what colors you're mixing. I think it's going to take just a little bit more. I just don't want to overdo it. That's too much. There we go. We're getting there. It's not quite there yet, but that's the color I'm going for, that darker orange color. I'll do one more little dot. I brought this back to the thickest setting for the orange. So I have that orange, and I have some yellow, and that's too much yellow. If you look at this, it's mostly orange, a little bit of yellow. Then I'm going to put some white in it. And I'm going to chop each one of these separately first, because the more you chop them together, the more you're mixing the colors, and I want the stripes to show. So I'm going to get them chopped up separately first. And I moved my glass tile because this matte finish tile doesn't chop as nicely, and I think it makes my blades duller faster. This clay is very soft. I usually like it a little more dried out, but this will work. And I could chop that in and add to it. I think I will. I'm not going to hurt anything. Stir this around. Add in some white. Oops. I'm going to take this little piece of red. I'm just looking for another color in there, but I don't want pure red. And I'm going to make this a darker orange. That's another variation of orange in there. And if you're into color mixing, you know, find palettes you like. And tone all your clays the same colors, the same tones. And then you can either add white or pure color or black for highlight colors. Okay, that's good enough. So now what we're going to do, we're going to press this into a flat block, pressing all the air out of it. And I do this when I have cane ends. I make these. Here's some that are kind of rainbow stripy ones. And also you get a different pattern on the end. It's more speckly looking. But it's a good way to use up your scrap cane ends too. Now, I got this all compressed, kind of in a rectangle. going to roll it out flat so it's not too thick for my pasta machine. And then I'm going to roll it through on my thickest setting. And keep track of your direction because we're going to run it through the same direction every time. So I'm going to put this through my pasta machine this way on my thickest setting. Then I'm going to cut it in half, stack it, and go down to setting my second setting, which is a number 1 on my pasta machine, and go the same direction, and then do that one more time. Okay, now I'm going to cut and stack this. Trim off a little off the end and get a straight middle cut. Excuse me. Now this one came out a little more yellow. I could have probably added some more red, but it overall shows as a carrot color. Now what I would do, I would use all this, the reds and the yellows, to make my next one. Not for this project, but maybe then add some fuchsia in there. Maybe some white. Because we're still on, oops, my blade's upside down. We're still on the same 3 colors on, well, actually 2, red and yellow on the color wheel. And I'll just do this one real quick so you can see. This will be a very small one. And there's a more red version of a stripy cane. And that's how I go. I just go right down the row through the color wheel, and I'll make a whole set of these. And then I'll have different colors to use for scarves and hats and ear muffs. That's that for that video. The next video, we'll be getting into making the blue and white for the snowman. See you shortly. Hello, everyone. It's time for white clay. I do have gloves on today. And the main reason I wear gloves is A, to keep white clay white, but also when you start using other clays and you want to clean your hands, I use alcohol. So I can spray my gloves 1,000,000 times and get everything off, and then my fingers aren't all dried out and crack. But that's why I use gloves for white clay, and I use gloves if I want to keep my hands from cracking from alcohol. Okay, each one of these is 1 block of white clay. And the first thing we're going to do, I'm going to use one whole piece. And I've cleaned everything. I cleaned my machine. Now, we have 3 colors here. And that's why I have this picture here. And you can see there's white, and there's a light blue and a darker blue. And they're just slight shades off of each other. And that is what gives you the shadow effect. Kind of like a Skinner blend if it was white into light blue. But this makes it more like a cartoony art type feel to it. So we're going to make these 3 colors. And we're going to start first with white. And just like the old laundry commercials, we're going to add some bluing for extra whiteness. And it's a very tiny bit. I'm not trying to change the color of the white. And this also works for translucent. You put a tiny bit of ultramarine blue into translucent, it will help keep it whiter, brighter, less yellow when it bakes. I'm going to mix this in, and I'll be right back. Now at this point, this is the one I added blue, and this is the regular one. There is no visual difference. I am going to add a little more blue. I start with my white and add blue to my white. That way if I mess it up, there's a hair there. If I mess it up, I will use this for the blue. I'm going to put another little dot. That one's twice as big, and that's pressed flat, so you can see how big that is. It's about 1/4 of an inch circle, maybe a little smaller, pushed flat. It's very little. So I'm going to mix that in, we'll see what happens. And then translucent, it's even less that you would use. Now you can see this is the one that has blue in it, and this is the one that doesn't have blue in it. To me, they look virtually the same. This actually looks a bit whiter, brighter. I don't know if it's showing on camera, but I'm going to stay with that. That will be enough. You're not trying to change the color, you're just trying to bolster the whiteness of it by adding blue. Now for the blues, and I'm not going to use all of this because we're only using 15% blue compared to white. So I'm going to use my ultramarine blue. And I'm going to do that's about 1/4 of a block. And that's about the size of a nickel. And they're on a number 2 setting. There is my first shade of blue. Now I'm going to make my second shade of blue. I'm going to take like the next quarter block. And there's a piece that's about the size of a nickel. And I'm just going to add maybe another 1/2 mount of that again. I'm reserving white in case I have to lighten. Now you can see that's not that much of difference, so I will add some more blue. I go with another piece about the size of a nickel. Blow that off. Okay, There you can see. Okay, there you can see the next shade of blue. Now these are still all too close together. So I just want to show you on this picture here, nice and bright. Compared to my pin, you can see the difference in the blues easily on this picture. In this pin, the blues were much closer together in hue. So you need to decide how cartoony you want it. If you look at the mom here, there was very little difference in there. The child snowman has a much bigger difference, and the dad is in between. So you need to decide which you would prefer. I prefer a closer range of blues together. Here's the same thing on a white background. Mom with very little, dad with medium. I do that every time. Dad with medium, mom with very little color difference in the blues, and the child snowman has a little bit more. These are very close. And I think I'm going to add just a tiny dot of blue to each one of them again. I would like a little more blue. And then I'll mix these and come back. Okay, so now you can see I've mixed these some more with that little bit I added. And to me, those are sufficiently enough of a difference to create our shadow effect. Now, earlier I had mentioned using other blues. This is ultramarine blue mixed in. And how it's registering here is a true baby blue to me. And it will probably be a more purple blue compared to this snowman. This one, I added just a tiny drop of cobalt to my ultramarine. And it just depends on what tone. This is a cooler tone. I think if you add a little cobalt or even turquoise, it would make your colors warmer. But I like the cooler look better. So I'm just using ultramarine. But if you want to make other types of characters, say you wanted to make a pink bunny rabbit, it would be the same thing. Add a bit of ultramarine to your white to make it whiter. But then in these, you'd add some fuchsia and more fuchsia. Now, if you want, you can even make a fourth color and have 3 colors of fuchsia to work with, 3 shades, and then white, or you could tint your white the slightest bit of pink. If you do that, don't add the ultramarine because it'll push it towards purple. But you can use that to, make different shades, and I'll show you some more characters later on at the end of the videos. Okay, I'm going to just recondition this and bring it back to the 3rd thickest setting on my pasta machine. Okay, I have all 3 of my colors conditioned out on the 3rd thickest setting on my pasta machine. I have an atlas that starts at 0 as my thickest, and then 1 is the next and 2 is the next. So this was a number 2 on my atlas, my 3rd thickest setting. Now we're going to start texturing clay. And I just want to talk again about the texture sponges. These are the Clay-O sponges, and these are the ones that I sell. And I know a few other people are selling these now. They are different, and I will show you what the difference is. One thing I did want to show you first, though. This is our white clay mixed with blue, and this is a little test I do just to make sure I didn't make it too blue. I take a piece of white clay and I roll it on a thinner setting, and then I put it on my white clay. This is the one that has the blue mixed in it, and this is no blue in the little piece. And I roll it through the pasta machine. And I don't know if you can see it. I had it on the thin setting still. But right there, and there's really no noticeable color difference. So I'm going to roll this back to a number 2 setting. And then we'll talk about the texture sheets. Okay, first of all, this is Clay-O. I'm going to show you the difference between these two. And hopefully someday soon, Clay-O sponges will be back on the market when they find a resource. This is my water bottle. You want to mist your clay, or mist your sponge. And what we're going to be doing, we're going to be running this through 5 times. And every time we run it through, it's on the same side, but you just want to pick it up and reposition it just a little bit. So I just to lift it up and put it back down. Now I'm on a number 2 setting. So by the time I roll this through 5 times with this sponge, and it doesn't help to fold the sponge over, what you're doing is you're building up more and more texture. So there is our texture. Make sure I'm not blinding anybody. Okay, and it builds up. Every time you pass it through, it builds it up again, another layer of the texture. And it's much different. I'm going to do it one more time. It's much different than if you do it just once. Okay, and this is my favorite texture. Now, the green sponge. Same thing. And I have a lot of sponges because when I'm working with multiple colors, I tend to, this is one pass. I tend to use a different sponge for every color. Or like I said, if they get dirty fast, or I get a fresh one and put it in my little washing machine. That's 3 passes. I'm going to do 2 more. Okay, and that is 5 passes. The green sponges, it gives you the textured surface, but it's not as deep. This is the green sponge. This is the Clay-O sponge. Both work. They're both perfectly fine. They'll both give you the effect. Another thing, if you don't have access to these, you might have. This was a few years ago, the big hot thing. This is 3M safety walk tape. This is for putting on your stair treads or in a bathtub. And this is the actual one, I think, for the bathtub. But it's gray. The black one is different. There's one that's black that's the same, and there's one that's black that's almost more like sand. But this is like rubber. But anyway, this will give you a really nice texture. The only thing with this one is it's just wide enough to make the snowman. On the smaller one, you can do it on the second one, the larger the pin I make. This is the child snowman. This is the adult snowman. But it's wide enough for that. But if you're going to do like bigger ornaments, it's not big enough for that. And what I do with this is I roll my clay on the thickest setting. And then I mist the rubber. And I run them through together on the thickest setting. And this is the texture you get. And it's a nice pebbly texture also. Any of these I'm happy with for this project. This one sometimes I've done it on a thinner setting and you have to back it with something. It's not, it pushes through, but it is a nice texture and that's just one pass. But make sure it's wet. The only other textures I can think of to do this with would be sandpaper and tapping. But sandpaper leaves grit and everything, and it's not really your clay will not be white. You can do it without texture also. But I would rather have, there was one more texture I have here. This is vinyl shelf liner. And this one, this came from a friend. I don't know where they got it. I don't think she can get it anymore where she got it. But something like this will work also. And I'll run this through to show it to you. And that makes this beautiful diamond pattern. And you can actually, if you want, you can go over this a couple times. One more time. And it'll give you a nice, it always looks geometric, but it gives you a nice textured pattern that's also good for this. That's another option. I will be working with the black sponges because they're my favorite. Okay. Now, as far as sizes go, oops. I don't know why those look different. Just must be my eyes. But they're going to get mixed together. I'm on my second thickest setting. I've gotten my clay straightened out and reconditioned. These are my set of Sculpey circle cutters. For the small pin that I do, I use the second smallest and the fourth one. That makes this size pin. For the next size pin, next one up from that, I use the third and the fifth. Number 2, number 4, number 3, and number 5. And then for, I can use this for the small ornament or a larger pin. And then for an ornament, I use number 4 and 6. That you can use 4 or 6. You could use 3 and 6. If you want to do a 3-bellied one, I would do 3, 5, and 6 for a big ornament. But you can play with those. For the small pin though, going back to that, number 2 and number 4. 2 and 4. So the first thing is we got to condition we got to texture all our clay. So I'm going to do that and come back, and I'll have all 3 colors of my clay textured. And when I do that, I'm not trying to do that whole big piece all at once. I'm going to do it in manageable sizes. Now on the blues, you want them kind of square, kind of squarish. So I will do these in half and roll them through this way on my pasta machine so they stretch long ways. The white, you just need it wide enough for your cutters. I'll be back in a minute after I get all these textures. I did want to tell you this is number 2 thickness of clays, and we're putting it on with the sponge on a number 2 thickness. Okay, I'm back. I have all 3 colors textured. And first we're going to do the basic snowman. I'm going to cut a circle of each size. And pay attention to where your cutter seam is. You want the cutter seams, plan on those being where the neck is, because then you'll cut them away and you won't have to worry about an edge or any funky divot on the edge of your clay. So there's our 2 circles for the snowman. Now we're going to cut the blue for the shadows. And the first thing I do, and you want to stay away from the divot, we're going to cut into the blue, and then we're going to cut again and make a crescent and try not to dent it. I'm going to do the same here. I try to make them the same thickness. Now, as far as positioning goes, my snowman's going to be looking up. So the shadow, you don't want it exactly on the side. You want it from the bottom up around that side. Be very gentle. I'm going to have to recut that one because I dented it. And this is where my bud setter tool comes in handy. The 2 needles can help you get it into place. Now moving this around, and that looks kind of thick there, but you'll see what we'll do. So get those snugged up. Try not to get them misshapen. And then we're going to take a sponge and I'm just gently pressing down and towards the center, down and towards the white. Not pressing hard. If you press too hard, you'll change the texture. Now this is the divot where the neck is going to be. And try not to let your clay roll up from the side. But if it does, it's not that big of a deal. Okay, so there's the bottom ones ready. Now we're going to do the smaller one. And I can't just cut there. I need to make a fresh cut so it has the same arc. Take that away. And I try to get them the same thickness. This is kind of like making our crescent-shaped mouths. Here's my divot. That's going to get cut away, but that doesn't really matter. I want the same angle of the light hitting. The light would be coming from this direction towards the thickest part of the shadow. So that's on the same angle. And that one, believe it or not, has a hair in it. Make another one of those. Using my tools because I have hot hands, which melts everything, and they're pretty heavy. Okay, got those in place. Trying to do this for your best view. And you want to make sure, don't smash it, just keep touching it. You want to close up those seams. And on this one, I'm going to go back over the seams. And I usually go around the whole thing just lightly to make sure the texture matches. Okay, I'll move this off to the side. Keep my scrap clays together because I'll re-roll those and texture them again for more. So now I'm going to get my shadows on the same angle. There's my divot from my cutter, and the other one's right there. So now we're going to make sure your divot still stays up where the neck is. We're going to recut this. And you want to make sure you get out onto that outer layer of blue. And that you have, I'm going to pull this towards me a second. Make sure you're all the way on the clay. I hope you can see that directly. I should be right under the camera. I'm going to move it a couple different spaces. And then we'll make a cut. Push out the clay. So there we have our first cut. Now, I wasn't quite in line. There we go. Now this is a little messed up there, but that's fine. That'll be with the scarf. Just trying to keep my angle of the shadow. The seam of my cutter to where the neck's going to be. And then get onto both colors of the blue. It's a very narrow window you have. If you have to err on cutting, err on the side where the seam is, because that's going to get cut away anyway. Let's see what we have here. Okay. So, that's good. Now, with the way the shadow is on this way, I would say the snowman is going to be looking up and turned even more towards the light. So his face may look like it's actually turned more like that away from you. So keep track of your clay. That I can mix in with the dark blue the next time. My white there. All right, so now, at this point, our next thing is the scarf. I'm going to choose a color, and I think for this snowman, I'm going to use this nice bright blue and green. And I'm going to cut about what would be a number 2 on my pasta machine, maybe a little thicker. I don't know how old this one is, but it feels good. I'm going to try to get some warmth into it. And first thing I'm going to do is roll it through a number 2. It's a number 2. And then, like all the other pieces, and I'm going to keep track of this sponge because I don't want to mix this up with my white sponge or the sponge I'm going to be daubing with. And make sure there's no schmutz on either side, and you put the good side towards the sponge. And we're going to also run this through 5 times to texture it. So there's our textured scarf material. Clean up my water. So now we have our scarf material and we have our 2 snowmen. They're pushed together, and I'm not worried about this not being very good here because that's going to get cut away. I'm just going to check one more time to make sure we're pressed together. Make sure my darkest blue on both the body and the head are facing the same direction. Let me get another small piece of cardstock, and here's a little trick. I'll get a small piece of it. If you're working on cardstock or even tile, it's a lot easier to, instead of trying to get it to your blade because it'll stick to your blade, use a piece of cardstock to move stuff around with. So I'm going to need a piece of scarf about 1/4 inch wide. And there's different variations I do of the scarf. Some are just a single strip. And in my scrap pile. So we're doing about 1/4 inch. Now, if you look at this, the head is not round, okay? And we're using the larger of the 2 cutters to cut the shape for the scarf to go in. So, keep my angle, and I'm going to cut away a section for the scarf. And that's all white, so that can go in my white pile. Then I'm going to curve my scarf. And seat it down in there. Now, the thicker your scarf is, the sharper this angle in here will be after you've filled it in. But typically I use the same cutter to cut away just a little bit off the head. And I'll show you how much that is. I cut that much off the bottom. And if I have to, I'll take my cutter and just press. Just a little. And typically, once I get to this point, I am working on a tile. Because then the clay's not going to move. So now, like I did before, I'm going to use my texture sponge. I'm slightly pulling from the head towards the scarf and from the body towards the scarf. And I just kind of wrinkled it there, but that's fine. I'll pull it back out. You want to try to not crush the edges over. You notice on this one, it's a straight, flat-sided piece, and then the back is just domed up to that edge when we put it on. So, now, the rest of the scarf. So I use my little blade for, and you can use an X-Acto knife for this. But I'm going to cut away the part of the scarf we don't need. And basically, it's just a continuation of the belly up to the head. So I'm going to cut there and take away that piece. And it went a little too far. I've done that before, but there's a remedy for that too. Okay. Now press that in. And you see I got a little dot there. I got a little dot of the green clay on the white face. So I'm going to take a needle tool and just pick that out. For the back side, I'll want the scarf flying off into the wind. So I'm going to cut it on an angle, and whatever angle I decide, I think I like that angle. Cut that away, it's still a little too long. Then take my needle tool, and this is actually my bud setter. You can do it with a needle tool also, but this does it twice as fast. I'm just about an eighth of an inch in. I'm just tapping to make this look like it's loose yarn threads. And I want to make sure I get it moving in the way that the wind would be blowing it, which is up a little bit. Okay. Now, if you want, this is handy. If you want a piece coming down like that, see if this one's long enough. You need to cut it at the right angle. And I would just use my cutter for that, just to cut off that edge so that it fits up nicely under the head. And drop it down just below the head. And I'm pressing just at the head edge to attach it. And then just like I did with that one, I'm going to use my needle tool. And here I try to flare out at the edges. Small light taps is better. You're better off to go over it multiple times and try to just do it in one press. I'm trying to flare out the bottom. There you go. And this I would like to be dented in just a little more. I think we're good with that. And you can actually drag too, if you want to make it more feathery looking. Just drag a little. Now the one thing with these, if you have them drop down on the front, you want to make sure you're not going to be in the way of your buttons for later on. Okay, now we get to build the face and the buttons. The carrot nose. Here's my block that I made earlier. And for this, it doesn't matter. You just need a piece. And I usually cut a piece because we're just going to take it and roll it. Roll it one direction. Trying to get spiral. I'm going to cut off that end because it didn't feel right. Get some of this stuff out of the way. And I'm trying to get it to a point and to where I have some spiral in the pattern. Now, first I'm going to just cut that off. That nose is obviously too big. And I always place the nose first because that sets the direction of the face. So I'm going to cut it shorter, but I'm also going to undercut because we'll fold that undercut down to touch the face also. So I'm going to cut it on an angle. And of course I dropped it. This is where this comes in. Now I've got that stuck on the underside. So I'm going to decide the angle he's looking at. That may still be a little too long. I think that's a little too long. So I'm going to take a little bit more off of there. And I'm undercutting. I have him looking up. And I touch down the base first, and then the rest of it, very lightly. Now he's looking way up into the sky. So that angle of that nose, like this guy's looking more out, but this one's looking up. So, now we have eyes and mouth options. Now, since he's looking up, and he's got a pretty good shadow. My hand hit that. He's got a pretty good shadow. So he's looking up and slightly away from us. So now, as you see on this one, the eyes are the same size. But on this one, I'm going to use one eye smaller than the other, because that'll give the illusion of, that part of his head is that much farther away. So I need to find two eyes that are close, but not exactly the same size. And I'm just digging through my pile here. I don't want them too far off from each other. And I know they're in there. I just got to find them. And if you need to pick up, take a piece of scrap clay, roll it into a pointed little pickup tool. So there's two right there. Okay. There's that one, and this one is just a bit smaller. I don't know if you can tell the difference on the camera, but this one is just a little smaller. So I'm going to use this to pick those up. I'm not pressing them in yet. I'm just going to get him on his face. So now he's looking up, and I think that's good. Maybe I'll move this one in just a little bit. I think that's good. It looks like he's looking up. So now I'm going to take the end of a tool and just slightly touch and tap those down into the clay. Sometimes it's safer to go straight. Use the end of the tool. This needle tool is a good one for that because it's flat on the bottom. So you don't usually tend to hit the clay around it. Okay, and then the mouth. I'm going to make some more of these, but I'm going to get them ready past the body part and we'll do the decorating. So mouths, we have smiley mouths. Use this to pick these up. Which size-wise that would be fine, but A, it's too thick and the angle wouldn't work. So I'm going to do a coal mouth on this one. And since just like the eyes are looking away, I'm going to find about 5 or 6 that are graduated in sizes. I'll pick those up later. And they need to be close. They don't have to be, you know, from small to huge. They can just be right in a row, but that one just does not want to flip over for me. This is where I may have to lose my gloves. Okay, I'll come back to that one. And I have all those different sizes because some of them I smashed. I'm done with that one. Okay, let's put these in a row here. So this one's a little bigger. That one's bigger. Those are smaller. I think I want to lose the big one and find a smaller one for the other end. One of those real teeny tiny ones. I'm going to put that right on there. That one's smaller than this one. So now I'm going to just put these on one at a time, just getting them on there first. And then I'll worry about my curve. And I think that's enough. I don't think I need that last one. I am going to move that over a little bit. And drop this one down to make it more of a curve. He looks a little pensive. They all have their own character. That's like Silent Night, all by himself, standing out in the woods in the snow, looking up at the stars. All right, so now I'm going to press these down in. Tap, 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 tap. I'm going to use my sponge to refine the texture, not hitting the nose. And that little bit of a face right there is kind of curved down. I'm going to curve that in just a little bit. Alrighty, now we have shirt buttons. I don't want to go too big. I think that's too small. I will go bigger than that though. Bigger than that. There's the size I need. I know they're here, I just have to find them. Too big, too big, too big. Okay. That one's got a bump on it. All right, so I have 3 buttons the same size. And he's looking up that way, so his middle button's gonna be about here. I always do the middle button first. And I put it out to what would be the front of him. And then the other 2 come back, curving back away from that front one. And that's a little bit too much of a sharp curve. I think the top one's fine. This one just needs to go over. And maybe a little over for that one. Okay. Those are in place. Just slightly tapping those in. And this, the black HD powder, it will remelt when this is in the oven. So it acts like Bacon Bond. You don't have to use Bacon Bond these because it melts and then it rehardens into the clay. So everything around the edge is, going to be adhering it. There we go. That's our first lonely little snowman. Looks very calm and peaceful. All right, I'm gonna clean this up. I'm gonna get a few bodies ready. And then I'll get some pieces ready and we'll make some hats and earmuffs. And I'll make a split scarf. And then when I get a few done, I'll bake them all. And then we'll do the backs in other videos. So I'm gonna clean this mess up. And I'll probably bake him while I'm cleaning. See you on the next video. Hello everyone. This is gonna be a fast forward video of me working assembly line, getting all the items ready for the next video. I figured some people might like to see the process, but it will be without comments. Hello, we're back again. I just made a chart here for you for the cutters, just so everyone would know what the sizes were. This is what comes in the 6 set of Sculpey circle cutters. And they're basically a 1/4 inch difference between each one. 3/4, 1 inch, 1.25, 1.5, 1.75, and 2 inches. So the small Snowman is 2 and 4. And the larger Snowman is 3 and 5. You can do a bigger ornament if you want. You can do 6 and 4 for an ornament. Basically, it's every other one. I am making a 3 high Snowman. And on this one, I used 6, 5, and 3. Alrighty, get these out of the way. What we're going to be working on in this video is scarves. If you watched my fast forward video, I made a lot of material for scarves. So I took my blocks and I took thick slices out of them. If you watch the video at the beginning of the fast forward video, I took thick slices off the blocks and then I smashed them down, and then I rolled them through to a number 2. And then I did the same thing 5 times with the texture spun on each one. Now this one has a dent. So there's enough there I can use. So I'm going to pick out a scarf color. And let me set these out of the way. One more quick thing. I'm going to show you on the pictures. It's easier to spin. Okay, so these are ornaments. And these ornaments were made with the larger, number 5 and number 3. And then that's for the adults. And then the small was the 2 and 4 size. These 3, even though they look the same size just because of the picture, these are all pins. I do make pins that big, but they're quite large. These 3 are all the same, 2 and 4. And how you can make them look bigger, first of all, if you put a hat, I don't put hats on the child snowmen. And I put earmuffs on the girls and hats on the guys. But one thing you can do to make them look taller, aside from the hat or the headpiece, when you're cutting away the neck, cut more away on the smaller one, just a little bit more. It will shorten down, and you'll have to cut a little more off the head because it'll have to fit down for not much. Just I'm talking a hair. That will shorten it down, and then these I don't cut as far down. You can see how long that cut is there. And then let me get the ruler here. So from there to there, from here to here is 1 point, it's almost 1 3/4, a little bit less than that. And this one's only 1 1/4. So I cut that much less deeper into the ball on these, so they end up being taller. And normally, I normally make pins. I have made pins with the bigger size, and I ended up making them, cutting more out of the neck so they're shorter. Otherwise, they just get too long. This is the standard pin size. This is the same size as this. And it is 2.5 inches tall. And these are, close. These are closer to 3 if you go with the bigger size. Okay, so we're going to get the scarves. And I'm going to do a few. I'm going to do the regular scarf again like I did in the first one, and then the split scarf. Regular scarf and then the split scarf. And the thing with the scarves is you just want to keep in mind, okay, so this one, the wind's blowing that way. So his scarf goes up and out. You want to give that illusion of that it's, you know, floating out in the wind. Hers would be going that way. It's pretty simple. So I'm gonna pick a large and a small. And you see, I make them, you know, facing different directions. So I think I'm gonna go with this large. Now, one other thing. So when you're cutting your blue colors and your white, the thicker that is, the more they look like they're turned towards the light. So if you want ones that are facing more face forward, cut them a little bit less. Now this one has a lot of light blue, but very little dark blue. But learn to control how thick you want your light blue, because the dark blue gets cut away no matter how big you make it. It's the light blue that sets the angle. This light blue is probably half as much as that. But anyway, that's something to keep in mind. I like them when they're turned, so I tend to make more than that one. So, I got a small one and a big one here. And I've already, if you saw my video, that video was 2 hours long. I think I shortened it down to 20 minutes. But in 2 hours, I did all the scarf texturing of that. I cut and reblended when I had to, ran out of the white and blue clay, and kept cutting and making snowmen. Then I put them all together, and I have 9 total snowmen ready to go at this stage. And I got them, you know, cut out, all the circles cut out, and then I've got the bodies attached to the tiles, and I have everything pre-sponged and, you know, ready to go. So now I just have to start with the scarves. So this is 2 and 4, 3 and 5. Excuse me. Oh, and here's our little guy out of the oven. Oops. That's our one out of the oven. And he's ready to be backed. So, taking, this is the larger size, taking the same size cutter as the body and staying away from the edge, we're going to cut into the body. And remove that piece. And then all this clay, you also showed them in the video. I showed you I cleaned up my mess. All these scraps that have 2 colors in them, I put those all together, and that's what I use to make the backs of my pins with. I may add a little darker blue in the end if it doesn't have enough, but that's what I make those. So on this one, I'm going to go with a pink scarf. Make sure that's long enough. It is. And if I was going to make this a pin, I'm going to make my scarf a little thinner than I would for the size. I'm not going to go up in size. I'm going to keep it thin. So that's a little less than 1/4 of an inch, just a hair less. And I need to trim the other side just to make it straight. It doesn't really matter that much. And I'm going to pre-curve this. And I'm going to press it down in. Use my cutter so it doesn't stick to my hands. And then just press to get kind of the same curve. And then I'll do the head. Now I left these all on paper so that they would be easier to deal with. I'm going to get my angle the same. And then I'm going to cut off. Sorry. The big cutter. I always want to grab the small one because it's the same size. I left my drink downstairs. I'll probably have to stop and go get it. So I get on the same angle as here. And then just cut a little off the bottom. That's how much I cut off. Very little. And if it doesn't fit in here, it does. Get a piece of my cardstock. And that's when I use that to slide under them so that you can get them off the tile. And that head's not quite right. Not quite right in the head. I got him up a little bit. There we go. Now I just got a little bit of pink clay on here, so I'm gonna watch that so I don't smudge it onto something else. Okay, so this will be a regular scarf. So now this is actually better with an X-Acto knife because you can slowly see where you're going. So right where the head touches the scarf at the first point, that's where I start cutting. And I cut down to where it touches here. And you can round it out a little if you like. You can see on this one, it's rounded out. This one's not, but that's what it looks like if you round it out. I'll round this one out a little bit. I got a nice big stack of clean sponges that I washed. Before I cut that, I'm going to press the body up towards the scarf and the head down towards the scarf. Okay, now we're stuck down. So right where it touches, I'm just doing a slight curve out. I'm actually tapping a little bit because it goes easier. And that is sticking out just a little too much. Cut a little bit of that off. Okay. Now it's kind of got a point on the end there, but that will, just touching it with the sponge, will soften that curve. Now, on these split scarves, you got to remember, we got to back that to match the back of the pin. And when they're flying way out, it's a little more work. So I just want to let you know, be aware of that. I'll go ahead and make this a split scarf. And it's simple. I usually pick a spot where I want it to start for splitting, not right up to the body, but and just cut it. And just, I push one side up and that's about it. And I'm going to leave that one just slightly split. And then we'll take our, you see, I'm getting messy and I can't find my tools. Luckily, I have more. When you buy these from Kemper Tools, buy a couple. They're only a few bucks. They're just nice to have. All right, and then we're going to, just about 1/8 of an inch in, just tap and tap and tap, kind of widening it out. And I try to get the edge to flare. Sometimes it doesn't want to go, but I think if it's wider at the very end than it is farther back, coming out on a, you know, like a wedge, it looks better. And then if you need to, you can just draw it out. Just don't make it too messy, because you're gonna have to get the backing clay up onto there. So you don't want all this, you know, you want it to be a solid piece where you're not gonna see something behind it. Okay, I think I'm done there. Now on this type of scarf, both ends are flying in the breeze, so there won't be one hanging down. And on this one, we're going to do a regular one the other direction. And that probably should be enough practice for you. Enough times doing it. Okay, so I'm going to take the cutter that's the same as the bottom size, and we're going to make this an adult one. So I'm going to cut less out than I normally would, so it will be taller. So that's how much I took out. You can see I took more out of this one. And then this one, this is going to be a girl, and I guess she's going to have, let's give her a yellow scarf. Cut off a straight edge there. About 1/4 inch, a little less. We're going to do the curve again. See, now that's going to make a nice scarf flying up in the breeze. So I'm going to leave that kind of long towards the back and get it snugged in there. Use the same size one. Now, between doing that little shallower cut into the body and using a little bit thicker scarf, it will be taller than this one, even though I'm using the same size balls there. Now, this one had a little divot at the end, and I knew it wasn't a problem because I'm going to cut it away. But I'm just taking a minute amount off. You're better off cutting less, and that was just like a little bit of smudge on the end of my cutter. Hang on a second there. Just that much until I see what it looks like here. Get her down in there. Get her on the same angle, so she's looking up slightly. I think that's good. And push the body or the head down towards the scarf and the body up towards the scarf. I'm going to try this cutting knife. And starting right where it touches, I have to do it this way. Starting right where it touches. And you can also do this, just do a point, do a straight cut there and come here and do another straight cut if you're not trying to curve it. And then just take a little bit off the edge, just a tiny bit. And then your sponge will round that out. Okay. I like that nice long scarf. I hate to cut it, but it's too long to be practical. So, and I kind of like that angle that it already has naturally. So I'm just going to take a little off first. Still a little too long. You don't want stuff getting caught in people's clothes. A little bit more. All right, and I'm going to leave that. I can always, if I decide before I bake this, I can always shorten it up again. And I'll hold this one up so you can see the featheriness of it. I'll put some scratches in there. Let's see if you can make out the little feathery detail there. Okay, so split scarves, and then I'm gonna do one more, and because I'm gonna do the drop down piece of the scarf again. So that's gonna be a guy. We'll make this another girl. Now all these little bits, I will keep them, and I put them on my tile next to my blocks, because then when I go to remake my next set of blocks, I will recondition all those into solid colors of what they are and use that in my new round of blocks when I remake them. All right, taking the same size as the body. And if I wanted her to be looking up and out, I could bring the cut a little more this way so I can put her head facing up. But I'm going to do this one a little more straighter. That's how much I cut off. And if this one has a pinkish scarf, actually this is going to be a man. I will give him, what do I have here? I'm missing a tray of, oh, it's under here. I'm going to give him an orange with ulterior motive. Actually, I'm going to use that for his hat. It's a football thing. I'll give him a black scarf. And I'll make it thicker than hers. I'm going to curve it. Get it seated. Need to cut his head. That's how much I took off, very little. Using this card really helps because your fingers aren't sticking to it. You can get it right up there before you set it down. Pull out the card. And my sponge. I hope that's my clean sponge. Yeah, my dirty one's over there. Now, after doing a few of these, I won't know where my spots are. So, if I'm not sure if a sponge is clean or dirty, if I have a spot, I'll have a piece of white clay here, and I pick a spot with my finger, and I daub it to make sure there's no dirt. That was already there, so there's no dirt coming off of it. It's not a big deal if you get a little speck of white on the scars because there's already white in there, but see now, see the difference in these two? This is going to be a mom, and this is going to be a dad. So she is 2 3/4 inches tall, and he is just at 3. The only difference is how far I cut in and how thick their scarves are. So, let me cut this one out here. Okay, get that little scrudge away from there. And you want to also make sure that all the points are connected. You know, the ends of the scarves where they touch the head, make sure things are connected. But don't dent that clay down in. Okay. All right, now he's going to have a shorter. He's going to have a shorter one. And the angle. I like it that way. I think that might still be a little too long for him, and it needs to curve up. It needs to move up more towards his head. Now, I'm seeing this one here. There's a little bit of excess cutter clay here, and I don't want to have to sand afterwards. So, I didn't catch that yesterday. Okay, that's good. I'm going to cut a little bit away. I think that's just a hair too long. I like the angle. I'm keeping his kind of short. All right. Now this is just schmutz on the tile. Push that in a little. Alrighty. Now I'm going to give him a piece coming down. I'll have to cut another piece for that. Now, and I didn't show you this. I didn't show you this yesterday when I did it. Just like we do the carrot nose and we do the undercut, I do the same thing for when I attach the scarf. So I'm going to undercut so that it's like a wedge. So that way when I put this on here, that's too long. Let's see what I got here. I'm going to curve it just a little, like it's hanging over his belly. Just a slight curve. But that angled undercut I'm going to put here. And that way it looks like it's tucked in, you know, coming from underneath of the other one. Boy, there it is. My sponge is going everywhere today. And if you want to, you got to figure out how to do it without stretching your stripes out. But if you you can make that a little thinner if you want to. So how you would do that when you cut your slice off the block and you roll it through, you roll it through on a 3 and work on a 3, but you need to get it so that it matches in scale the size of the lines. You don't want some stretched out and some not. And I'm going to cut a little of that off because I think it needs to be less. I hope it's not too attached. Yeah. Measure twice, cut once. Ooh, I got lucky. Alrighty. Try to flare it out a little at the edge. Alrighty, so we got 3 here. This is a pin size. These 2 are ornament sizes. This is going to have a hat, and this is going to have earmuffs. I'm going to go ahead and do the nose right now. Because I will do the nose and stuff before we do the hat. Actually, I'll do it right now. I'll do the faces. Now, if you watched my fast forward video at the very end, I took a slice of this, and then I cut it in half and stacked it, and I just twisted it. And then I just kept twisting, and like I'll make 100 noses out of this one piece. There's the leftover piece. But I'll just keep twisting that, cut a nose off, continue to twist it. So that's how I got all those little noses. Now, I left them all too big for what I need, but they all are undercut. I'm gonna cut this one a little shorter. And get my needle tool. Now these are bigger, so, oops. Oh, come on. I think that's good. And I'm pushing at the base. And then attaching the rest. On the dad, I'm going to find a fatter one. This one's fatter. Still need it quite shorter. But then I'm also going to have him looking kind of down. Not down, but slightly down. I don't want it going straight out. I'm going to put it slightly. I can't get a hold of it. Well, that's not right. Not the right angle. I'm going to just lightly put that on there. Press the back down. I'll have to see about that one. I think it's good. It should be all right for what my plan is. All right. And this is going to be a kid. It's going to be looking up. Alrighty. Now I will get the eyes and buttons on here when we're off screen. And when I come back, we'll do the hat and the earmuffs on those. And I'll be back shortly. Okay, we're back. Now I got the faces ready. I didn't put them all on because I wanted you to see it again. But I did pick out the pieces so you didn't have to watch me sort. So, I had put the noses on. The dad's looking a little down. And by the this to me is going to be a set of 3 ornaments, a family set. These are also great for doing baby's first Christmas. You make, with pink or blue, you make a pink snowman. You can do them as family sets, giving them characterizations of the people you might be giving them to. But anyway, I had the noses put on, and I picked out a smiley face for her, a smaller one, smaller than his because he's a boy, so I got bigger buttons for him than her belly buttons. This is the child. Oh, I didn't pick out his belly buttons. Oh, yeah, I did. No, those are his teeth. Big, goofy teeth on a kid. I'll pick out some buttons for him. But he is just going to be basic. Smaller eye, bigger eye. And then I'm giving him 4 big teeth. Maybe only 3. Because he's turned a little bit. My needle tool. Oh, of course, there's one of those upside down ones that I fight with. There we go. Sometimes on the kids, I like to put big teeth. I don't know why. Here's one on this one. You see he has big teeth. All right, so I'm happy with that face. Tap them down in. All right, and they're in there. Now sometimes one won't be as shiny, but I find on the second bake, they shine up. Okay, and I am going to go over that again a little later. All right, so there's him. Other than his belly buttons, he's done. Let me get him out of the way. The dad's going to have a hat, and the mom's going to have the earmuffs. Now, I like to get their faces on. This was that one that in my earlier video when I was making these, that I hit the curve of the mouth down, and I said, oh, that's cool, I'm going to leave that. Well, that's what it is. That's that piece right there. So it was just the curly Q of the mouth that I had cut out, and then I had just slightly pulled that side down. So, I had kind of like a Mona Lisa mouth. But I liked it, so I'm going to use it. His eyes are the same size, and so are hers. Put my first out belly button out there. I think the angle of those need to move in a little bit, because he's not turned quite that far. Sometimes the littlest little scooch will just make it exactly right. It's an aesthetics thing that you'll need to play with. And then I'll put her belly buttons on. She's looking a little farther out. I think I got hers right first off. Just a little bit. I could spread them out a little. Now they don't have legs and arms. I played with legs and arms, and it's one of those things like, if you do that next step, then you're complicating it, and it gets more and more, and they lose their simplistic charm that they have, and they just look like a crazy snowman. So I don't do gloves and arms and legs. I do make snowballs, little tiny snowballs. I've done a little tiny snowballs with it was an ornament, but it was on a tree. It had a tree behind it, and then I had a little pile of snowballs, and I stamped the snowballs with the letters of the person's name. There was like 5 letters. I had 5 snowballs, and they had their name letters stamped. And the snowballs were just like this, the 2 blues and the white. You know, and I kept them on the same angle as the figure had, as far as the pile, so the light. Anyway, so they're all done. I think I'm happy with that. I'm going to tap these in. Okay, now we're ready for the hat. I'm going to slide her out of the way for right now. And I'm going to give him an orange hat. And I'll tell you about these little ones here in a second. So, usually when I make my hats, I make well, they're easier to show you on here. It's bigger. I make the stripes go one way for the band, then a different direction for the body of the hat, and a different direction for the ball. Now this one was more like a bowler, and I put a holly leaf. This was a set of ornaments for my great nephew's 2nd Christmas. Anyway, so that's another thing you can do. And then I'm going to do you the one I'm showing you now, which is, it's just like the blue one, but we're going to do something a little different with it. So, you may need several cutters to get sizes right. So this is the head size. So I'm going to cut less first. See how I like it. I think that's good. And then I'm going to, so I just did his brain surgery. Lost my straight blades. There they are. And I'm cutting about 1/8 of an inch. And actually, I'm going to do this the other direction. Which means I need to cut this in half. Okay, about 1/8 of an inch. And that's going to be the brim of his hat. And I don't know how that's going to work with the split in the middle. I should have connected it better. But we'll just fudge. Get that half in. There we go. The cookie cutter pushed it right in there. And then before I cut off the ends, I do the rest of the hat. I'm going to cut out, excuse me, allergy season here. I'm going to cut out most of a circle with the stripes going this way. Then I'm going to take that same curve and trim off the bottom. Piece of cardboard here. I did it the same direction. I wanted my stripes to go that way. I think I have enough right here. Do that again. Cut most of a circle. There we go. And just trim off a little bit more there. There we go. Now, I'm putting it so that, you know, it makes sense, the direction the hat is on. Okay, now I'm going to cut away these, and I do the same thing. I round it from the head, and sometimes it's just better just to poke and move along than to try to slide your blade. Now this hat kind of sits back off his head, so I'm going to scooch that in a little bit first. Okay. All right, there we go. And then the next one is the ball on his thing, and this is just cut and replace. And these are some more Bootlace Ferrels of different sizes. There's smaller Kemper cutters than this, but whatever size you think you want. But I cut probably more than halfway into the hat, and take that piece out. And then I'll replace it with this. Should push that out. I'll replace it with this, with the stripes going the other direction again. And you can cut it bigger if you want. So press this down in here. He kind of looks like Chilly Willy, if you remember Chilly Willy, the penguin. It just gives some definition to the hat. Now, that's usually a lot taller than a hat that I make, but my sister's a school teacher, and she'll never see this video because I don't make her buy it because she she doesn't do polymer clay, so she'll never see it. But their mascot is the Bulldogs, and their colors are black and orange. And I have made her ones before, and all her friends at school, the teachers want them. So this is going to be a little paw, which is their symbol for their grade school. Those on there first. Move it over a little bit. This usually takes some fidgeting, but I usually get it right. Oh, that one flipped over. There we go. Anyway. There we go. That looks like a paw. I just need to push that up just a little bit more. I hope I'm not being too fidgety. I'm going with that. There we go. So, Dad, other than being baked and having his ornament hanger put on, is done. Now, Mom, clean up this orange bits. Now, when I make earmuffs, I don't use striped clay. What I do is pick my color. And for some reason, I like that, but it's too much with the carrot. That's too blue with the blue. Nope. I think it's gonna be the green. I could make them the same, but I usually make them a different color. So this is the clay I'm gonna use. Oops, of course I got a crumb on there. This is the clay I'm gonna use. But instead of using my stripe sheet, I'm just gonna take a chunk of this. Just a little chunk of this. Is that enough? I better get a little more. And I'm gonna blend this. And I don't want it all the way blended. What I wanna do is have light and dark areas, hopefully. So I'm gonna run this through my pasta machine real quick and get it marbled. Okay. So, that's too much. I'm gonna go one more time. Okay, that's better. So this is green and it goes into a lighter green. So, my thought is, anyway, I don't know if it shows up on this picture. No, it doesn't. So, rather than doing like multiple shades of green, the darker side of the green, when I put this ear muff on, it will be to the back of the blue, and the lighter side will be towards the front. So I'm going to texture this first. Just like I do everything else, 5 times. Okay. So it's darker green here and it gets lighter here. And, okay, this is the size cutter I use. Now, I want it to also be domed, but I don't want to put plastic on it because it'll flatten out the texture. So I use my sponge. And I gotta see where I'm at. It's right about there. And it'll do the same thing. And what it actually does, it textures even the sides when you cut through like that. You can see that. So I'm gonna place this where I think her ear is. That might be a little low. I'm not gonna press it down yet. Oh, really? There's a hair there. I think that's good. Now the other one's going to be on the other side of her head. So I'm just going to, I'm not worried about the color. I'll go for darker, but I'm not worried about it. So there's the one for the other side of her head. And that's the cutter that's the same size of her head. I just need a little arc. I don't need a whole ear muff. So I cut that away, and then this little piece will be the other ear muff on the other side. And I think that still needs to go up a little bit. That's better. And if you end up flattening this, just take your double needle tool and do a couple taps here and there, and it'll put the texture back on. Sometimes you poke holes that are too big, and then you gotta go back over those holes to retexture to close them up. Okay. All right, now we gotta make we got to make the connecting band, and this picture is actually better. We're making that connecting band. And it'll be the same green clay. And I don't know if this is long enough. It should be. I'm going to use that same size cutter as the head. And I'm going to cut away that crescent front. I'll get some cardboard. Now this, I want it to be thicker on one end and thinner on the other. So when I'm lining that up, I'm trying to not do a blend, but I also want it very small. And I'm not using the sponge for this second cut. That might be enough. See, then it's already curved right for the head. And you can have it go to the very top of the head. I want to get it where I want it on the ear muff first. I think that's good. So, I'm going to cut that away. And this, I really don't even have to cut. I'm just going to tap it down. Into the ear muff. Then I'm going to gently take my sponge. Try not to smash it out flat and make it bigger. Now here, if you can see, it kind of wrinkled. I lost my arc. So I want to just play with it a little bit and get it pushed up into that nice arc. Otherwise, it's very noticeable. I'm just texturing that little bit that overhung, so it looks more like the ball of the earmuff instead of the piece that's connecting the two. And I got to pull this down. Just a little tap, tap, tap to connect it. Alrighty. There we go. And she's done. The boy's done. The dad is done. These will all get baked. These will be ornaments. And I have two other ones that are going to be pins. And I'll show you those. One is the one you saw me make. He's going to be a pin. And this little bit of a surprise one. And I'm going to tell you about it. I took my little Kemper heart cutter. This is just hearts. I took my little Kemper heart cutter. It's an 1/8 inch heart cutter. And I cut up a bunch of I made different colors of pinks. This is the scraps, but I made different colors of pinks and I made some black, and I made all these little hearts. Whoops, the same process as I did for the coal. Now, the only difference is I used the clear, and I put the clays all on, and I used the plastic over it, and I cut. I cut, all the hearts, and then I didn't put any powder on it. Then I pulled away all the excess clay and left just the hearts. And then I used the clear powder liberally on them and brushed it around several times. And it looked like I had a lot on there, but after brushing for a while, it disappears, and the only place it was going was sticking to the clay. So I made all these little hearts. So this stuff is awesome. So if you want to make your own little shapes and they give it just enough shine, I'm going to attempt, not right now, but I'm going to attempt hitting it with the heat gun and see if it brings up the shine at all. Because sometimes one will be a lot shinier. Anyway, so I'm trying to decide what to do with this one. And I wanted to give her a heart. Oh, I forgot one too. I forgot one thing on the man too. I'll come back to that. So I got the medium pink mouth and heart eyes, and I'm going to do red buttons. Actually, I'm not going to do red buttons. I'm going to do light pink buttons, because I'll tell you why. Just one second. Okay, so we have, and I'm going to actually, I think I'm going to make like a pillbox hat for this one. Now, I did notice when I was placing the eyes, depending on how I tilted them, it changed the expression a little bit. So that's something to think about. Okay. I think that's good. Push all these down in. If I wanted, I left her scarf kind of big. I thought about maybe putting some hearts on it, but I'll come back to that. This is a work in progress. But I am going to. I did the same thing, textured the same red clay as the other ones. It's already run through and textured, and I'm going to use this heart cutter and cut out a heart. I wish I had one that was a little bit smaller. I probably do. But, so now she has a textured heart, and I should have done that on paper, but I'm going to put that heart on there. It's a little big, but that's fine. I thought about just doing one heart. Put it on a slight angle. Okay. Now, piece of red clay here. I need to go back to the dad for a minute because I wanted to show you why I had to have straws. We're going to put eyebrows on Dad. You can see here. So I just take a pair of scissors, and I might have to cut it a few times till I get the size I want. Okay, so I'm going to test this in a piece of clay first. That's like a half moon. It's too much. I want to have a little bit less. Cut off one side here. Now let's try it. Okay, so now it's like an eyebrow. So I'm just going to take that and I'm going to clean it off first because you know how red clay is. And then I'm going to, on a slight angle over his eye, just push in. Maybe wiggle back up and down a little bit to make it a bit more pronounced. I'm having trouble seeing with the light here. Get back into that one. I don't want to color it. I just want to get it in there and make some expression. And sometimes I do doubles, you know, like just touch it twice. He looks like his kid just fumbled the ball. And then my thought was on the heart, and I want to do this twice. I want a smaller one here. That's still too, that was half round. I'm going to cut some more of this off here. Okay, so I'm going to go right up by the heart and put a small, whoops, I jiggled. A small little line there, and then a bigger one outside of that to make it look like the heart's beating. Of course, I had to skip. It does, it makes it look like, I'm going to do it down here too. Okay, if you can see there, just a little hint of heartbeat around the edge. Piece of scrap on there. And I'm going to do something for a hat for her. I don't know what yet, but something. All right, I'm going to bake all these. And then the next step will be doing the pin backs and the ornament hangers. I keep wanting to say, if you have any questions, because I'm used to teaching to live people, but I'm sure we'll get questions on the internet. And there's that one. Okay, so I quickly finished the pillbox hat, and I wanted to show it to you, because it was quite easy. So I took the same color of clay as the scarf, and the cutter the same size of the head. And what I did was, first I cut a piece a little longer than I thought I'd need, so I didn't screw up. And then I cut it the width that I wanted it to be. That's about right. Then the curve in the head, I put the cutter down and cut a new curve. And then I cut a second curve at the top of the hat. I cut the curve out of the head, and then I cut stripes going the opposite direction. And then I used the cutter and got it right up to the corners. Sorry if you hear a dog barking. It is time for them to go out. Anyway, that's how I made the pillbox hat. And then I cut away her head and just it sat down in there. And then I textured it all together. And I added a heart. One other thing about baking, I'll clean this mess up. Okay, first of all, white clay. We all know how white clay is. When you bake it, it can turn yellow. Make sure your oven is the correct temperature. Okay? Make sure it's not spiking. So we're going to bake in a preheated oven. And I bake these about 20 minutes at 275 or even 270. This one was baked 20 minutes. And I don't, when I pull them out of them, I don't try to bend them to see if they'll break. We're going to back them again. So if, you know, they should be fully baked. I mean, I don't want to do it, but... so 20 minutes at 275. And then they need to be tented. And I wanted to show you how I tent my clay. Okay, I take these 4-inch tiles. And I take a half a piece of cardstock. And I fold it in half. And you can cut them. Usually what I do is when I have a whole piece of cardstock, I'll cut a piece off the end. Off the... here. And then I cut the other 2 pieces in half, and I'll get 2 4-inch pieces. But this is fine. So you want to fold it in half. And then fold 1 inch up on each side. Then turn it inside out and crease that. Okay, and what that does... fits on your tile. And it makes like, I'm going to hold this, little Quonset hut. Okay, and then I usually only do this on one. I take a small binder clip and clip the paper on the bottom. Then that'll go in my oven, and I'll have 3 side by side in my toaster oven. And I have a big tile in there. So I have a big tile in my oven. It's preheated at 275. Tent your clay. Bake for 20 minutes. Make sure it's fully preheated so that it's not spiking as soon as you open the door. And then these go in there. And the good thing about this is, if you ever try to pull a tile out of a hot oven, it's very hard to get a hold of it. I use a pair of pliers, and when I turn the oven off, you want to take these out of the oven right away. Don't let them cool in the oven, because that can cause yellowing also, that extra time. So at 20 minutes, pull them out. And I use a pair of pliers, regular pliers, but that way I can pull this out to the edge and then get my pliers on my tile. I don't have the angle here to do that here. And then I use a regular pair of pliers to carry my tile to somewhere cool. And it works really well. You only need a clip on one side. The weight will hold it there. But then I reuse these. I can reuse these hundreds of times. But the way when you bend it backwards and then unfold it the other way, it just kind of makes it curve like a little house roof. So it's not touching your clay. I think that's it. And I'm going to clean up this mess, and I'll be back to show you how to put pin backs on. In this video, we'll be learning how to put the pin backs on the pins. These are all the ones I have baked that I've made. I finished the 3-tier snowman, and I'll tell you later on in another video how I made that hat. It was quite easy. And if you look, I cut in the bottom ball and the middle ball, just like I would be doing the neck. I cut into the bottom one and then cut away some of the middle one and fit them down in. I didn't take a whole round ball and set down into the cutaway. But I'll get to the hat later. And we're going to be putting a pin back on this one. One other quick tip. This one is I've had for a little while. I've handled it. I've had it with dirty hands and whatever. And it had a lot of dirt on it. And to clean these, all I do is I take a little bit of dish soap, put it on there, a clean toothbrush, and scrub it a little bit, rinse it off, and they're good to go. Anytime you have textured clay like this, that's how I clean it. Especially if you do something like you sanded after you baked this and you sanded the edge or something, that white dust from sanding will get down in the texture, and if it dries, it'll look like chalkiness. And to get that off, you just put soap on it, toothbrush, scrub it out, rinse it well, and then that'll all come off. Alrighty, so we're going to do this one. Now, thickness. These were made on a number 2 and then ran through the pasta machine with a sponge, which thins out the clay probably somewhere between a number 2 and a number 3. And it's the same thickness as I use in the front one. You can go thicker if you want. This is not bendy at all. I could flex it if I wanted to, but it's not bendy at all. Deciding on what color of blue to make for the back. This was our scrap that was mixed together, and these are our original snowman colors. Now, when you consider half of the edge is this darker color, you can just use that color, but I like to use my scrap up. So I will mix some more ultramarine blue into this was my scrap blue and white. I will mix more into there to get to that color or even a shade darker. And I'll mix this up and be right back. Okay, after mixing my scrap clay with more ultramarine blue, I added even a little bit more than I showed. And I rolled it to a number 2, and I textured it 5 times with my sponge. Now this piece is a number 2 rolled out, and I just want to show you something. Okay, this is the pin back I'm using, and this is the back side with the holes that goes buried in the clay. And this is the number 2 setting. And you can see, let me get that up to the edge. It's probably at least 3, if not 4 times thicker than that pin. Also, if I use this thick, it's going to fill up that whole pin, and then your mechanism won't work. So whenever you're doing pin backs, you have to allow for that. So I try to go where my clay is twice as thick as my pin. Now after this has been textured, you can see how much width it loses. I hope you can see that. It probably loses 1/3 of its width. And it's probably a little more than twice as thick as this, and that should be okay. If I can get it, into that hinge area there, that I'm usually good with that, because we can press it out a little bit, and we will be doing that. So I've textured my clay. Now I was going to make this one the pin, but when I was making my videos here, his head fell off. And his head didn't fall off because he's underbaked. His head fell off because when I was pressing the clay together to marry the head to the scarf, I probably didn't do it well enough. So, I can do two things. I can fix this like it is, or I can use this body with a fresh raw clay head, and I can use this head with a new body and scarf, and then put Bacon Bond on them, and then, you know, put them back together, raw clay to baked clay, and rebake it. Or, and I'm going to show you this right now before we get into the pin, you can take a tile, and you can put some Bacon Bond on it. And I only need enough for the neck area. And you can smooth it out. Hopefully you can see how much I have on there. It's just a thin film. I'll do that so you can maybe see it better. Okay. And then I'm going to just gently touch along the scarf. And gently touch along the head. I don't want to get it onto the front. And then we're going to set the body down. Trying to see in the light here. We're going to set the body down and set the head down. Make sure my fingers are clean. And we're going to press that together really good and tight. And I'm going to let that sit there. If it doesn't stay together right, I don't have it in the right position. Okay. So there's still a little bit of a seam there. And they, you know, naturally they'll want to push away from each other. But if I let that sit there a little while and then I'll come back. Now another thing you can do is you can take a piece of deli sheet, just a little thin piece, and you can bake deli sheet. It just evaporates. If you need to hold something together, put a little piece on there, and then take some scrap clay. I'm doing the deli sheet protects the white clay from the scrap clay. And I'm just pressing it to the tile. Okay, that'll let me get some pressure from both ends. Another piece of deli plastic here. On enough to press down and create the pressure without touching the actual clay. Okay. Oh, come on. Horsey move. This plastic wrap will just evaporate away. But that'll hold everything in place. And I will rebake him and we'll see what happens. Now, getting back to the regular scheduled program. All right, so I have my texture clay. It's a little bit more than twice the thickness of my pin back. You want to apply a little bit of Bacon Bond to this. And supporting it, you want to rub it on all the way out to the edge. Try not to get any on the front because even though we're doing a matte finish with the textured clay on this, Bacon Bond does have a different look, especially on clay that you're going to sand. So I have a thin layer all the way. All that shininess is a thin layer of Bacon Bond. Now I have a little divot here. So I'm going to take a teeny piece of clay Make a little snake and fill in that divot. There's some other ones here that they're not really bad. They're just tile bubbles from the clay. But you can fill those in. They don't have to be perfect. Okay, so there's some other ones there, but they're not deep enough to worry about. Anyway, but if you have a deep divot, you want to do that. There's one at the neck collar. All right. Now, let me wipe my fingers off here. This is where gloves come in really handy, because you can spray that alcohol a million times on the gloves and your fingers won't dry out. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to lay out my texture sponge. I'm going to put my clay texture side down, and I'm going to press my snowman to the backing clay. I'm going to peel them off. And there's a little one of those black flecks off my sponge. And then we're going to take our scalpel or X-Acto knife. And I usually just get a cut started that I can get into. And first I'm just going to rough cut around it. If you want to take your time and do it perfect the first time, you can. I don't. Then I'm going to use my sponge. And make sure it's pressed down all the way around the edge. Try not to make fingerprint dents. Using light, even pressure. And make sure it's well attached. Check for any air bubbles. And then I'll go back and refine my cut, keeping my scalpel, or you can even use your blade for this. The scalpel's better in the tight spots. And I usually like a little bit firmer clay than this. This is very sticky, especially under the heat of the lamps. And sometimes with all the blues, it's actually better if you make your clay a little bit of a different color, because I ended up making mine the same color as my blue ring, and it's kind of hard to see. And you just have to be careful around the scarves. And this takes a few times of going around to get it right. Now on the scarves, when I'm cutting the clay, I'm not only cutting straight, I'm tilting my blade just a little bit and trying to take off some of the excess, because I don't want to see any blue from the front. So I kind of cut it on a slight angle. It gives it the support. But it keeps you from seeing it from the front. Now I'll hold that still for a second so you can see that angle of the cut. There's a little fleck of clay. And usually, when I'm doing this, it's amazing how when you're doing a video, you forget little things. I hold it in my sponge. That way I don't take the texture off the clay. So wherever I'm working, I will pull the sponge to the other side. And this clay is very, very soft and sticky. Okay. I think I got most of that. And I will refine it again after I get the pin back on. So right now I'm just going to give it a little press. Make sure my texture's okay. There will be some cleanup around the edge. Then we'll take our pin back, and I usually keep it closed. Okay. And I put the latch at the top and the hinge pin, the pin hinge at the bottom. And you want to get it on there. Just set it in place until you get it where you think you want to have it. Then you take your needle tool, because it's stronger, and I touch the pin to keep it in place. Then I use the needle tool to go along the metal and press it slightly into the clay to make a mark. Then we'll pull that off of there, and you can see the impression from the pin. I'm going to get a sharper scalpel. Okay. This is a nice sharp one. This is a Tester's disposable. Tester's car paint, like the little model cars. They have them in that area of the stores. And I'm going to cut away all of that impression. And down here where it's narrower, you want to just follow the mark. And then we will lift that clay out of there. This is some sticky clay under these hot light lamps. Okay. I highly suggest you leach your clay a little bit to get some of the plasticizers out of it. We're going to clean out that trough as best we can. I've done this a million times. I think this is the longest it's ever taken me to clean that little trough out. Okay, I'm going to stop there. Then we'll put some bacon bond down the bottom. Just a little bit of piece out of here. And just enough to make the bottom wet. And then we'll set our pin back down in there. Use our needle tool because it has a stiffer needle and it won't bend or flex on you. And I'm pushing that all the way down, the whole length. I'm making sure it is well seated to the snowman. Then I'm going to take a piece of my textured clay, and you can use another pin back for this if you want, for a mark. And I put a marker in it, and then I cut it using that mark. A little wider. And then I cut it just slightly narrower, just the slightest bit narrower. And then at the bottom here, I cut and allow for the angle of that smaller nib, and you could see it better. I'll show you here where this goes in. And then at the top it goes in also, but I don't do that. It's very little, but I do cut it slightly shorter than the mark, like a 1/16 of an inch. Get this off our tile. And this is where I open the pin and fold this back. And then we're going to set this texture side up and use a tool. Now before I cut that off, because it is still too long, I want to get some down here, but don't force so much up into that hinge, just so it's touching. And I do need to cut a little more of this off. Get that over, down. So I cut it about a little more than 1/8 of an inch total off the end of that, where that mark was. This clay is so sticky. All right. Then we're not pressing straight down in, just a flat, use your finger flat, wrapped up in the sponge, and just start working the two together. Another sponge. This is why it's good to have multiple sponges. You can hold with one and work with the other. And I'm a perfectionist, so I will work with that until I see no bump, no seam, no nothing. And if there's a little hole like there, if I can't get it worked into that, I will add a tiny piece of clay into that hole. Now I like to work on the table because when you hold it in your hand, the flexing, if it's flexing at all, it will pop that pin up off of the clay. All right, now I gotta do some work on the edge. And I'm just now trying to get all the clay to look the same. Sometimes it helps if you ball up your sponge and just go all over the whole thing. And I know I'm making a dent down here with this pin, which I'll fix. And there's a little piece of black fiber from the sponge. Now I'm going to turn this around. And look at it from different light sources, because if you work it right, you will get to the point where you can't see a bump or a shadow difference of the pin back covering clay. It's a matter of how much work you're willing to put into it. And if you do see a shadow, you need to figure out what side is higher and push from that direction towards where the shadow isn't. Now, I can still see a little bit of a difference there. I personally would continue to work on that. When the backs of your items are nicely made as your front, it makes your piece just design-wise, and if someone's going to purchase it wise, just a much nicer piece. Okay, I'll pull that pin back. All right, I think I'm pretty much there. I can see a slight bit here, and I'll work on that more off camera. But now I'm going to close the pin, and I want to make sure what am I doing here? I want to make sure that the mechanism still works and that the pin hinge isn't buried into the clay. There's no clay there. That looks really nice. Let me try to get a close-up here. I'll come from this side too. The clay is not built up into that pinch hin. And this part still works freely. Okay, so now I'm holding it with my thumb on the pin, and try not to flex it because that will disturb that clay. I'm just going to go around real quick and clean up any edges. And I can't stress enough, if you used clay that is a little drier, leach it. This is like fresh, the freshest clay I think I've had in a long time. And part of that's from the heat of the lamps. And I will work all the way around this till it looks flawless. Here's a piece on the yellow scarf. And another thing is oops, that's never good. Now see, I got clay there and that's textured. So let me finish cutting this out. One thing you don't want to see is, like I said, you don't want to see the clay that's like backing the scarf from the front or even from a slight tilt. You also don't want to see clay that's filled like a web in that space. You want to make sure that it's all the way cleaned out. Now in a case like this, where I got that on the front, if you don't get it off now and you bake it, that's going to be how it is. I'm looking for my alcohol. I'm going to spray some alcohol. And first thing I'm going to do is just dab it on there for a second and let it sit. And then, this is a cut-off stencil brush. And I'm just going to start working that little bit of clay out of there. And I will probably go over it a few times. Don't spray on your pin. Spray on the table. And then add your alcohol. And before we bake this, we're going to take a very close look at that and make sure we got it all. And I think we did. If you get it right away when you see it, it's better. All right, I'm going to check the back of this again. Now, another thing I do is I'm pressing in on the side with the sponge. I'm trying to back that clay up just so that it's right at the edge. And then this will let me see, like here I got a little too much right there. And just keep working slowly. There's some right there that needs cleaned up. Now this is the white side of my snowman, so I should be seeing no blue whatsoever there. You can always sand a little afterwards. That may be a better option for some people. But the more you get off right now, the better. And continue. I'm pressing straight in so I can feel that hard edge, but I'm not trying to roll the clay back off the back. I'm just trying to keep it straight and even. And there I got some other scrap clay on there. I guess I need to clean up my area here. That has a little piece of the yellow scarf that got scraped off. There we go. And then sometimes, like here, there's a little crumb there. I'm going to just kind of use this like a sandpaper and slightly tap and rub towards the back. And there's another little piece of yellow crumb from somewhere. And a little piece of black from my sponge. It's amazing where stuff comes from. There's another little piece of floating around clay. And I'm pressing very lightly. It's just more of letting the sponge touch it. All right. Isn't it funny how that always happens? Now, oh. There's a little bit of a mar right here. Trying to get in there. I'm pulling the clay back a little bit from the edges of the scarf. And in doing that, I need to set this down. And in doing that, I'm pushing clay into that crevice there, which now I can see. Let's see here. You can probably see it, but I can see it from the front. Definitely don't want that. So I will retrim that again. I've done this part like 4 or 5 times now, but it seems to be like that's where the clay likes to go. Alrighty. There's still a little bit of a dimple right here. And sometimes my fingers are too thick to get in there to it. It's right next to, see if I can show you what I'm seeing. Well, I got some of it. There was a little divot right there. But sometimes you take your blade, and we're just slightly pressing. You don't want to press another divot into it. And there is one little black fleck there of the sponge. And one more time, I'm going to just go around the whole edge and push straight in. Pressing like this, but with the sponge. Making sure it's on my scarf properly and not over the front. And I think I'm good with this. I don't see it from the front anywhere. My edges, I don't see any globs on the edges. There's a little blue there, which I will lightly sand off with probably 600 sandpaper. One more thing, I want to show you what I do. I have different kinds of stamps for making my names and stuff. And this is one of my favorites. It says Gem Box, which is my initials, J-E-M, and B-O-X for boxers, because I raise boxer dogs. Anyway, I'm going to get this wet. And this isn't the most perfect thing. These are typeset letters that I bought, just the letters I needed for my name. And I put them in, I taped them, I got them lined up, and I taped them together, and now I just hold them in this binder clip. And then I'm just going to put it on there, a little wiggle, and pull it off. And then I get an impression with my name on it. And then I might just go over it a little bit. The X seems to always get deeper. Okay, now that'll be baked. And that'll be done. When I bake it face down on a clean piece of paper towel, on a tile, tented. With these light color clays, you always have to tent. And there you have the pin. Pulling this back, I'm also going to bake this and make sure he's well pushed together and hope that works. If not, I'll use the head for a different body and the body for a different head. Okay, nice and tight. And then remember, there was that puddle of bacon bond underneath of it. See you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we will be doing the ornament hangers, but before that, I wanted to show you the pin from the last video. There's the pin. And I did make one small mistake. I told you in that video to bake your snowman on a piece of paper towel. And I don't know where my head was at, but if you do that, my oven kind of got hotter than normal for some reason. I must have bumped the knob. And it stuck just a tiny bit. It's fine. I can see a little fiber there. Just hitting it with a wet finger. And I don't normally do that. What I do, this is the green foam like I sell. And what I do is I make my pin, I texture my back, I set it on a sponge, and then on the paper towel. That keeps it flat and supported so that the pin can bake properly. These do not melt in the oven. These green sponges, they don't melt at polymer clay temperature. If you only have one for texturing, what I would suggest is cut 2 strips. You can cut 2 strips. And instead of making a little frame like I have there, just lay 2 strips on each side of the pin. That'll support it enough. Okay, so we're going to do ornament hangers. Now, I'm going to do it on one of these. It's very easy. I like stuff that's easy. And the wire I'm going to be using, this is what we're making. Find my camera here. Okay, this is the 26 gauge wire. And I also make them out of, I have all these colors of the 7-strand or 19-strand beading wire. I have all these colors, and somewhere I have black, which of course I couldn't find, but that's fine. But I just like to color coordinate them. Anyway, so to make this little hanger, we need, this is a 2mm, and you can use any size that your wire fits in. This is a 2mm, if I can get a hold of it, crimp tube bead. Okay, hope you can see that. And then here's some silver ones. I'll show you the pack. Just little crimp tube beads, any color, because they'll be hidden. And then on this one, I used a green wire, so I'll use that again. Actually, I'll use this copper. No, I'll use the silver wire, and I'll use silver on him. Straighten out your wire. Just run it through your fingers. Doesn't have to be perfectly straight. Just run your fingers along. Get out any kinks. Then with your wire cutters, you need about a 3-inch piece. I need to have some to hold on to. I tend to drop a lot of stuff, so if I have longer pieces of wire, I'm better. You're going to take any tool that you want. This is my needle tool. You can use a little piece of wood stick, a paintbrush handle, a knitting needle, anything you want that's the size of the hanger the circle you want to make for your hanger. And we're just going to bend that wire around. And I'm going to cut it off more even. Then we're going to slip on, trying to get in the camera view here. We're going to put our tube bead on there. It'll be easier to see once I get it on there. Through both wires. Oops, I almost lost it. Okay, hopefully you can see that. I'm going to push it down as far as we can push it. And then with a pair of pliers, we're going to gently hold the tube. And then pull up. Up. Okay, we're going to hold the wires and the tool. And we're going to grab the little tube. Don't squeeze it. Just grab it. And we want to pull that down very tight. I'm gonna take this off of there and do it by hand, because I'm not getting the nice round effect that I want. Push that all the way up to the tube. Make it nice and tight. And then take the tube, and we're not going to crimp it like a normal crimp bead. We're just going to squeeze it flat. I usually flip it over and do both sides. Give it a good squeeze. And there we have, I think this works better. We have our tube bead flattened down on our wire in the shape of a circle. Now I'm going to twist it a little, make sure it's flat with the circle. I'm going to cut off the extra wires right up to the tube bead. and get rid of those so I don't step on them. And that's our hanger. This little bit of metal is all you need embedded in the clay to make a mechanical bond so that your hanger doesn't slip out of the clay. The wire doesn't slip out of the clay. I have one here. I also do this for earring. Here's a pair of earrings, which I was going to show you later. There's a little tiny pair of earrings. This is our big one. And I'll show you the cutters later with that. Now, when I make these earrings, and I'll tell you more about these later, they're textured on both sides. Oh, let me get in the camera here. The earrings are textured on both sides. But you can see, using the beading wire, you can make a little ring to hang the ear on the ear wire so that you don't have to drill a hole in his face and add a jump ring. I have a thing against jump rings. They're not very nice to me, so I try to avoid them. So now this will slip on the right type of ear wire, and you're good to go with earrings. I'll describe how I made those in the next video. Okay, so we have our snowman that we're going to, and now I'm going to back this whole snowman, and I'm not going to go through all the trimming steps like we did with the pin. It's the same steps, but we're going to get started now. My clay, I did put my clay this time between a piece of paper, and I sat on it for about 10 minutes. Now it's not as sticky as it was. I'm gonna run it through my pasta machine a few times. Okay, I'm gonna make sure it's big enough for my clay. 5 times through the pasta machine, and I am on the number 2 setting. Okay, there's my textured clay sheet. I'm gonna lay it on my sponge. I'm gonna put Bacon Bond on the back of my pin. And I'm going to rub it out to the edge. Very thin layer. You just need enough of a film to cover it. And if you let this sit a while, it will absorb into the clay. Put it down, clean my fingers. I'm going to grab an X-Acto knife or a blade, whatever you prefer and works best for you. Wipe this off. And we're going to press. Get it well attached. And then I'm going to cut off the excess. First, I'm not pressing hard enough to cut my sponge, and I have one sponge that has a cut on it, but I don't know how that happened. Okay, I got most of the excess off of there. And now I'm just going to go around. And once again, I should be holding this in my sponge so that I don't smooth out the texture on the back. Keeps the heat of your hands off the clay. And it actually makes it much easier. Fold my sponge back away from the area I'm working in. And this was that split. I'm going to take a little wedge out of there, and you can see the clay is not sticking. So I'm going to press that down a little bit. And I will refine this later. I don't want to take the time in this video. You've already seen it in the other video. You just got to remember, nothing should be showing. And I'm undercutting on a slight angle to get the excess away. All right. I think that's good for now. And I said I will refine this later. The important part is the ring. So now we have to decide how we're going to hang it. And this doesn't really work because I can't stand it up. But what I'm trying to do is decide what the top middle is. And on an ornament, it's not that big of a deal. But on earrings, it is. So I have a tool here my friend Linda makes. And that's the same person that makes the brass tube cutters. This is called a fisheye centering tool. And I can't really show you here, but I'm trying to find the center. So if I put that on there and hold it gently, it'll tell me how this is going to hang. I don't know. I'm going to do it over here. And you can see, okay, that's if I do it over there. I think that's the center. And it moved, but that is the center. So now I have a mark on the back here, and I'll have to fix that. So I'm going to just peel this back, and I'm going to put a little extra bacon bond in there. Get a little on both sides. And then I'm going to take my little flattened tube bead, and some of the wire's going below the curve of the head. I'm going to put a little dot of clay down in that hole that I made by mistake. And a little piece down in this hole. And you can see the bump there. That's the bump of the thing. The thing is you don't want that sticking out. If you press and press and press, you'll work it to the surface. And you don't want to do that. And then I would go around and refine this and make sure all the edges are done. But you just want to get that work down flat. Now, if you're working with thicker clay, and I really suggest all these steps I did here on a number 2, when you first start, you might want to start on a number 1 or even a 0. You'll have a thicker snowman, but it'll be better for your pins. They'll be slightly heavier, but I think you'll have much more success if you just, on the first few, try it a little thicker. Okay. Oh, boy, I'm really out of whack with this camera today. Okay, hopefully we can see that. Let me get a piece of white paper so you can see that ring. Tilt it around a little. Here it is from the back side. Now, another thing, if you're having a problem, sometimes you just get that particular one that wants to poke through. And what you can do is just take another piece of clay. Let me get my little round cutter. And it doesn't have to be the full thickness. This is my small 1/8" Kemper cutter. And I'm just going to flatten that out a little bit because I don't need it to be that thick. And then I'm going to cut a little circle and just put it right on top of where you see the bump of the tube bead needle tool here, because on that little tiny dot I got a piece of the black from the sponge. And then just gently start working that in. You could put a snowball there if you wanted. And the same thing later on the ornaments. Once you get your clay nice and smooth down, you want to squeeze from the edge and so that you don't see it. But I would work that in more until it's a little less visible, but it's an ornament. You're not going to see the back of it. Piece of pink. Little pink dot from somewhere. A little excess spot of clay there. You get the idea. It's very easy. Now, this one, I do bake on a paper towel, and I would put my stamp on there. I'm not done refining it yet, but you do bake this on a paper towel, texture side. That way your texture won't flatten out. It'll be just like it is right now when you bake it. Tinted, of course. All right, so there's that one. Now I'm going to do one with the wire. Let me get rid of this. And it would be the same for this one. And I just put that silver wire on that on that lady. I wanted the green one to match the thing. I'll fix that later. Anyway, so we're going to do another one here, and I'm going to do one on these earrings. Okay, now these earrings, they're very tiny. Let me get a nickel to show you. That's a nickel. The two cutters I used were these two Kemper cutters. And it's the same process. My two colors of blue and my white circles. And put them together. Now, I did do something different with the mouth. Because I didn't make mouths that small. And I didn't want to try to use 3 or 4 of the tiny little teeth. So these were made just the same way as everything else except the mouth. And I'm going to show you that now so I don't forget later. Remember the straws that we melted. This is the smallest one. This is the one that is a regular coffee stir stick. And I melted it and let it roll back. And then I cut it off at an angle. And now I have... I'll show you on this blue clay. I have this nice little semicircle mouth. Hopefully you can see that. Tilt around in the light. Okay, so, but I want it black. So I'm just going to take one of my inks. And always do this on something you're testing first, like scrap clay. So that when you go to do it in your mouth, it's right. See, like that one is smeared. And that one didn't have any ink on it. So play a little bit. What I normally do is I'll make the mouth with a clean straw first, like I did that center one there. And then I'll dip it to make sure I don't have too much. I'll get it inked up. And then I'll go right back in the same spot. And then you can see that's how I did the little mouths. And like these are baked already, and they're kind of paler than the black buttons. So even though they're baked, I can go back in there and give it another little hit of ink. These are earrings, and I don't think it's going to hurt to register, just one time. But you can go back in after they're baked. That's how I make the mouths on the tiny little snowman like that. Okay, getting back to the wire. So, this one, I'm going to show you one being made with the flex, the beading wire. This is there's different kinds. Beadalon 7-strand, clear-coated beading string wire, clear colors. It's nylon coated stainless steel. And this is the same thing, nylon coated. It's just a different brand. This is Softlex brand. So, same process. We're going to bend our wire. Let me get a little tube out here. And just one, not the whole pack. Oh, well, there's 5. Put our ends of wires together. Put our tube bead on. Okay, now for the earrings, this is a bamboo skewer stick, like a cocktail stick, and it's probably less than 1/8 of an inch in diameter. Let me measure that for you. It is just slightly less, but I would call it 1/8 inch. Something that small. And this is a lot of wire. I'm going to have some waste, but for the video, that's fine. I probably could have used half of that. And I'm going to push it up. Get it on the stick and push it all the way up tight. Then I'm going to take my flat nose pliers, get a hold of that, and pull it up to the beam, up to the skewer, and then flatten it. Just straight flat. You don't have to use the curling tool. Okay. And then get your stick out, and then it's the same process. I'm going to cut off my extra wire. I actually have enough there. I can make 2 more. Okay. And now I have my white clay from that. This is the clay that I used to cut those. And you'll see I textured it on both sides. And how I did that, I went to the number 0, my thickest setting. And the clay was put between 2 sponges. And then ran through 5 times to build up the texture on both sides. It does flatten out a little bit on the back because when I bake it the first time, I baked it on a piece of cardstock. But it does. I mean, it's from working it. It's not really from the baking. But it's enough for earrings that the back looks, you know, like a snowman. But when you make them, you'll see that it's perfectly fine. If you want to do this the same way as you do an ornament and cover the whole back, you can. But for me, the earrings, you know, I could make a next step up with the Sculpey Cutter earrings. Getting off subject here, sorry. I could make one that big. It would be a bigger snowman earring, but some people like big earrings. But, and it would still, doing the dot on the back instead of covering the whole back, is a much lighter earring. Okay, so this one, I'm going to put a little dot of Bacon Bond at what I think is the top. Tweezers would probably be good for this, but I'm just going to use this. And just get it on there first. And get it in place. And you can let that sit for a little while if you want. And I let the tube, you see how much I have setting over the top. I need to push that in a little more and make them even. And those look good. And they're both on the top. Now it's a little crooked, so I'm going to straighten that out and look again. But before I do that, I'm going to get a little drop of Bacon Bond on the top of my, I'm trying not to get so much that it's going everywhere because you need such a little bit. There's just a little drop on here. There we go. Okay. See, and that Bacon Bond is holding that on there. Just going to pull that up a little bit. Just a little bit more. Straighten it out, and it'll probably be fine. It slides around. Okay, that's good. Then I took my white clay and then just cut out a circle. And it always leaves the dirty side, so that's going to go down. And I'm going to set that on top. I'm going to use my needle tool. Clean side up. On top of that. And then with a clean sponge, I'm going to start working that. I'll have to reposition that. It slid. So if you put the Bacon Bond on there ahead of time and let it set, it sort of sinks into the clay. So I'm going to start pressing that down and getting it worked on there, and then recheck my positioning. I want it to hang right, and this is way off. And you can press that down to a point where it's almost not really noticeable. If you do see the tube bead coming up to the surface, take a needle tool, or if you have a bud setter, and just scrape from the edge to the top of the mound. And you're just gently pulling a little bit of clay up there. And then you can press in with your needle tool to make sure that's pushed flat against the clay. Now I'm going to check for thickness. They look about the same. This wire is still off to the side, so I'll have to fix him. I'll just pull him back over this way just a little bit. Compare these again. Big piece of cardstock. Okay, they're both the same now. And like this one, baking this on a paper towel is not going to hurt it. It's not going to hurt the paper towel. You're not going to have a fire at the temperatures that we bake polymer clay at. Do tent it. You don't want your clay turning brown. And that's how I make ornament hangers. I will refine this one. I'll probably change that out for the green one so it matches. And I'll see you in the next video. In the next video, I'm just going to be going over a few hats, couple different hats, and how I made this hat here, and a couple other little thoughts I had. Oh, I will show you this guy too. This is the one that I put back together. I'll show you that in the next video. See you soon. Hello, we're back for our final video. And as promised, this is the Snowman that I rebaked because this head fell off. And I wanted to show you, you take off these, see the plastic? It shrank up a bit, and it does not stick to clay. So anytime you need a resist and you don't want clay to stick together, you can use a little piece of this this is the deli plastics, to make a resist for clay. I've used it in a bunch of different ways. That one just slid off. There's the third one. And now I'll just throw these away because that was just scrap clay. Now let's see if his head's stuck on this time. I'm gonna get a blade, slide under there, and his head is back on, good as new. You can see the back of it where the puddle of bacon bond was. So that should be there's a few little piece flakes here of bacon bond on the side, and that'll just trim right off. All right, I'm a little too forward. I'll just scrape off, scissors or a blade. Now he's ready and good to go for his back, which I'll do myself later. Okay, that was one thing. I have a whole page of notes here, things we're going to go over. The next thing I wanted to show you, again, was expressions and smiley faces. And I'm just going to get one of these big mouths in here just to show you another thing I do. So there's a mouth, and assuming he was on a snowman. And you can take your melted straw. I forgot I moved my platform up, so I'm a lot closer to the camera. And aside from doing eyebrows, and I wanted to show you how better these look up when you melt the straw. You can also use, you know, it for the corner of a mouth. You know, anything you want to use these little curves for expressions. Another one of my favorite tools, and this is cheating, but it works really well. This is an old disposable razor. These are the Gillette Sensor brand. I don't know how they're not all the same on all the brands, but in here you can just push back that little tab and the thing pops off. And then you have the most perfect smiley face you could ever want. And I haven't tried this with my black ink, but I'm going to. Got black ink on them. There you can see what it looks like. And I'm going to go right back in that same hole. There you go. Perfect smiley face. That's just a little bonus there. If anyone's really, really desperate, I might have a few of these extra. If you order something, I can throw one in. Okay, the next item. Gonna go down my list here. The next item's gonna be hats. Oh, let's do trees first. Okay, so I make trees. Sometimes I'll make like a little scene of snowman with a tree behind it. And I make very simple trees. These are the trees. They're very easy to make. And I'll show you these. This is, now I got glitter on something, so all that clay for me is going to get thrown away. This is cad yellow, a little bit of wasabi, and a little bit of the ultramarine blue. I'm using the ultramarine blue because that same blue will make these, you know, harmonize and tie in together in color. It also has a little pinch of brown. This is the same mix from here that I took, and I added a little more brown and a tiny bit of black. And this is some of this with a little more brown and some with a little more brown and black. And you can see the colors here. There's the light green, the second green, and then the trunk is a little bit of these two greens with the darker one on one half. So I'll show you how to make them. They're really simple. I don't do templates. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to cut these shadows. And all you need to do is just cut a rectangle here. This is in view. These shadows here are what I'm cutting. I'm trying to save this clay because it's going to be enough for both. Cut a rectangle, a narrow rectangle. And then it might even still be too wide. That's about a 1/4 inch. And then cut it on a long diagonal. Then you have 2 shadows. The tree, very simple. I'm just going to cut a long triangle. Now, if you want to make yourself a template, feel free, but that's too much for me. And then I'm going to trim this off flat at the bottom. And then I'm going to cut it into 1/3. Now, this one's kind of tall and narrow. And then I'm going to take the top section I don't touch. The second section, I pick probably about a little more than 1/8 of an inch. If it was a bigger tree, I would go 1/4 inch. If it was wider, so that's between 1/8 and 1/4 inch. And then slide the second one over and cut off that extra piece. Then do the same with the bottom piece. Move it over about the same amount as we got moved over here. Follow that line and cut that off. Then we're going to take these top 2, and I stop right at the edge, right on the inside of that edge, and cut a little triangle on just the middle and the bottom, and try to have them be the same size. Then we'll add in our shadow. That needs to be a little sharper of a point. It's just a little bit. And then center this piece so it's hanging over. And the next one. Your tree should be, this should be straight at that point. He's going to kind of turn, which sometimes I leave him like that. That's nice, but I don't really want it turned like that. So I can do 2 things. I can just trim a little off of that, or I can trim a little off of there. Oops, I trimmed the wrong direction. I'll trim a little off of this one. I'm doing it again. There we go. And then for the trunk, I just cut a straight edge on both colors of the green. This is the darker side. Turn that back around. And I would use my sponge and push those together. Then decide how wide I want my trunk. And do I want the shade on that side? I think I would, on the same as the shade side. And that's a little tree. Now for the ornaments on this one, what I did, they are slightly raised. I took a piece of one of my multicolored scrap cane ends, which is a nice bright pastel. And I know it has ultramarine blue in it because I use that quite a bit. It's got wasabi in it. It's got all the pinks and the same palette of colors I use for all that other stuff. So I'm going to roll this out thinner to like a number 4. And then texture it 5 times. I'm only doing it once right now for just quickness. And then I have 2 of my small circle cutters here. And I cut about 10 circles each. Or not even that many. And because of all the different colors. And if you're going to use one of these plunge cutters, see the dirt that came out? There's always dirt in there, no matter how much I clean it. I turn the plunge cutter, I turn the sheet upside down and cut from the back. That way the plunged mark is on the back of the clay. And then on the front, I use this. And if you'll need something to push out your circles. And that gives you just a nice, simple set of ornaments. Find all these wherever they rolled to. They're just simple circles. They got lots of color. Oops, that one's upside down. That was one of my yucky ones. And just, you know, arrange them however you like. Very simple, very easy to do. This next one is pretty much self-explanatory. And this clay is leached. I still have to sponge that together a little better. This clay that was already here was not leached. I had a hard time. This, if you see this, this is leached clay. It's still soft and malleable, but it's not sticky. It doesn't lose its shape. But to make this other tree, this tree, the simplest thing in the world. Put your two colors together and just cut out your shape. And if you want, you can have the lighter side be a little bigger. Trying to find my point. And I would have sponged those together. And you can do a straight edge. You can do a slightly rounded edge. And somewhere here, I had some leftover trunk. Well, I'll take it off of this one. Because that's too tall. Well, I like that tall. I'll just make some more. And on your trunk, there's two sides. There's a lighter green and a darker green. Keep the dark on the dark side and the light on the light side. And make sure you line up that seam so that the two colors stay in line with that. There's another very simple tree. And there's a million ways you can do these with the shadows. I hope you play with them. But same thing, you can decorate them. I'll get to those later. All right, clean up all this stuff. The next thing is our buttons. Now this snowman, when I did these, I had buttons, and I don't know if I didn't coat them or it just didn't work. Sometimes it doesn't. But the face, they're all nice and shiny, the buttons. And the rest of the buttons are kind of dull. Now I don't want to glaze, but you can do this if you can do this as a regular way to do it, or you can do this if you need to touch up a spot. Got a little piece of paper towel. This is satin glaze. You can see the shine on that. That's satin glaze. Those are some test samples I did. You can see the little shine. You don't need much. Whoops. Fix my lamp. And to me, coal is a little bit sparkly, a little bit dull. Sometimes it has, you know, rough edges. So I have this brush here. It's a little stiff. I'm only going to be using the point. So if you have a tiny little brush, that's good too. Get some on here. I had mixed that earlier. So I get some on my brush, not much. And then I take most of it off. And then I just dab on the high spots of the buttons. Not getting it onto the clay. And if I need to, I'll come back and do another coat, but I think these are fine. Just hitting the tops. I'm not trying to paint the whole button. And now, looking at these, to me they match. I think these two little mouth ones need a spark on them. And you can do them that way without using the powder, and those will dry looking just like that. Okay, that's gonna segue me into hats. I have several hats to show you. All right, hats. Now, different types of hats you saw me make already. We made the earmuffs. I made the pillbox. There's a hanger. Usually when I give these away, I get one of these nice spiral hangers that they sell at Christmas time. They come in green and silver, and I've seen them in gold. And I usually put that in with them so people can hang their ornament right away. And I'm not sure if it goes this way or this way, but I usually do it down in the bottom there. But anyway, this hat is taller than normal. My normal, what I call, excuse me, what I call a ski cap, or a winter stretchy knitted cap. That's what that is. But I usually have the body of it much shorter than that. I went taller with that one because I knew I was going to put the paw print on there. Also, if you want, instead of using the stripes for the ball at the top, you can take that little bit of clay, mix it into a solid color, or mix it into a solid color and add white to it, or just use white. You can change up the ball. You could make it a spiky tassel. Anyway, that's that one. Now this one, I'm going to show you how to make a couple hats. This is the old top hat he found. Very simple. This is a Skinner blend. This that was from black to white, and it was very quickly, loosely made. It doesn't have to be the perfect thing. Then I fan folded it and made it into a plug. And I'm going to take a nice thick slice from this. And I'm going to press it down. If I press it down a little bit long ways. And the top of this hat, that dip and everything, that just happened. I didn't have to do that. And then I'm going to run it through on a number 2. If you're working with number 1 clay, you would do it on a number 1. Slowly ran through a number 2. Okay, before I texture it. Now, if you see this hat, the light is there. That's where the light would be shining. There's more black to this side and less to this side. So the first thing I'm going to do is going to cut it in half. And I think I'll try to make this my top if it works. Okay, I'm going to cut it in half. Now you can see, if this was a snowman and there was light, the light would be shining right from me straight at it. So we don't want that much, and we don't want that much white. So normally what I do is I cut most, if there's a white there, I'll cut most of that white off. Okay, so now, let's say the light's coming from this side like it is on here. I'm going to cut off, I'll wait on that. I'm going to cut off a lot of that gray because the light's going to be coming from this side. So I'm going to cut off a lot of the gray here. And that's the lightest edge. And most of the gray here. And then this was my light side of that. I usually just take a little sliver of that lighter color. And then I put back there. Okay, that way it jumps. So that's like that light point right there in the center. Okay. Now I'm going to texture this a little bit just to push it together. Then I'm going to run it back through. There's a little piece of red there. It's really scaring me. First on a number 2. And then I'm going to texture it on a number 2. I'll just do it a few times. Okay, so then, the front of the hat is still in the center. So the light would be hitting from the center. So the light is really coming from this side. So all we got to do is cut almost all the black off. Okay, see how this one is here? And then you can do something weird if you want to dent in the top of the hat. If it's too wide, if it's too wide for your thing, just take a little bit out. Okay, that way it'll narrow it down. Then, you know, for whatever size snowman I was making, here, I'll use this face. So let's say I was making this size hat, and I cut out the head. Now that strip that I cut off, that became my brim. So let's put that down in there. And I'll cut my hat to match the curve. And that might be too tall, but I kind of like that. And then there you go. Each one comes out a little different, but they look really cool and they're really easy to make. Just make sure you don't have too much of that bright white in the center. You don't want the hat to overshine the snowman. Okay, there's that one. The next hat is the derby. This is the derby. It's a little different. If you can see the pattern of the material, it's kind of like a knitted hat would be. All the lines come up to the middle. And this cane is slightly different than my other stripy canes. I had some sheets that were white and black. And it's just a random, it's a white and black mix, and they were turned, and I had to put grays in between them. And I mean, it was all scrap, but it was actually the scrap from my Skinner blend block that I used. Anyway, this will give you a good show, though. Whatever your stripes are, okay, so they're going up. And we're going to run it. I'll run it through on a number 2. I don't want to texture it because it may show better up if I don't. So basically all I did is cut a wedge out of it. And just to slowly work. Don't crunch your clay. All right. So that way you can see where I'm going with this. Trying to find my picture here. Okay. I'm going to use this to cut off my rim. That's going to be excuse me. Turn this guy over here. This piece is going to be my hat. edge out. Keeping it flat, work the two sides up. Yeah, that made it nice and round on the top. Then cut away the part that would go down into the part that I had in the snowman already. All right. Santa hats are super easy. Here's one I made with striped clay. And I probably would rather put a white dot on the end of that. And here's a Santa hat. Very easy to make. You cut a long triangle. Put this on paper since this clay is not leached as much as I like. Then I'm going to cut off straight first. Long triangle. You just take about a little less than half, a third, and cut it in half on a diagonal. Then you can take that piece and you turn it around, and that's how you get your slant there. Now, what I would do before I put this together, I would get my curve made there. You know, and if it's too long for your liking, just cut some off. Cut some away. Then we have our white clay, where I'm going to cut out the rim. That's a bit much. Let me go a little shallower here. I don't need nearly that much. There we go. Get your rim, and you can trim it up, you know, however you want with the width of the hat. And then we'll use there again, there's always dirt in that thing, so flip your texture clay over. That way your press mark's on the bad side. Cut a circle away from the point of the hat. And there you go. That's how you make Santa hats. Okay? And if you like, you could, if you wanted to use two colors, you know, you could darken the one side of the hat, you know, a little bit more using two clay colors. Put this up here. And I've made, on some of these hats, I've made them, you know, just one long stretch out. I'll show you that one. So we cut a long skinny triangle. Cut it down shorter to the head. And if your clay's not textured, or if you texture them both sides, you can do it that way, or you can have it hanging down. Yes, that's how I do it. Either flip it over. Sorry. That's hanging down, the same texture. If you flip it over, this won't be textured, but you'll have to texture that. That's one of those things you'd have to texture both sides of the clay. And then there'd be a white ball on the end, or you could do You could do another triangle here. Cut that off. Cut yourself a wedge. Then get your needle tool. And I'm actually pressing pretty well into that. And make yourself a tassel. And usually when I make tassels like that, I use a solid color. It just sets it off better. All right, there's that one. Okay, braids. In the event that you want some braids or some checkerboard type looking things, I'm looking for a piece of clay here. Let's not that one. Let's use this one. It's nice and has a lot of different contrast in it, so that should show up good. And I need to work on cards. Looking for a small round cutter, one of the smaller ones. This is the 5/16. And I'm just going to cut a row of circles out of this stripes, leaving a little space in between each one. And then I'm going to take those circles, and I usually put different ones back in other holes, turn them sideways. The reason I put them in different holes is because it just changes the potential contrast a little better. Make sure you push them from the sides in the ends. And it gives you a very, see that cool pattern there? It's almost like squares. Almost like a Greek key. So I need another piece of cardstock. Okay, so now if I was going to do a scarf like that, I would probably use smaller circle, but it just gives you a neat geometric pattern that you can use in scarves. Now the braid is a little different. Okay, the braid, I do a similar thing, but I zigzag the holes. And I'm not worried about the outside, I'm just worried where the center is going to meet. And I can actually cut away a little bit of that. I'll put one more up here. Then we're going to take our clay, and I should have as many holes as I cut. Why does it seem like I'm missing some? There's one I crunched. Okay, well, I can make more. And we're not putting it, we're putting it in an angle, just a slight angle. And they're all going to get angled the same direction. Let me get my needle tool so you can see what my hands are doing. Putting those bright ones on the dark side. There's a half piece I can use. So these are all going on the same angle. And these are going in the opposite way. so that they're like a V. Got one more of those. All right. Then, now this again, I would probably work on a smaller scale unless I'm making a big set. Then I'm going to cut a wedge. Out of the center. Sometimes I just cut it in strips, but it just gives the illusion of a braid. Cut a little more off of that one. And you can see, especially at the bottom here, where the colors are more the same, it just gives you the illusion of a braid. And I'll show you the monstrosity that I was kind of just developed on my table when I was practicing that, because it's kind of funny. My mermaid snowman. Don't laugh. But I had started, this hair didn't come out exactly the way I wanted, so I just played with it. But anyway, I do want to show you something on this. So if you're going to create other creatures, like big long woolly worms or whatever you decide you might want to make besides snowmen, just always be conscious of where the shadow is, okay? So like this one, if she was in the water, the sun would be coming from this side, so her face and her back, and actually the top part of her midsection there, would be in the shadow. But her tail being flipped up would be in the light, so the bottom of the tail would have the shadow. And the boobs, they probably could have been turned a little bit more, but that's my snow mermaid. And I know a little kid will think that it's funny. I might do something different on the front here. But that will leave me into, what was I working on here? Braids now. Okay, so we're all done with that. So the next thing I wanted to show you, and this is something I do. I have a bunch of these little punch cutters. And you can take a sheet of clay. Now this is, see the sparkle there? This is just white clay and it has clear glitter on it. It's rolled to a number 7 and I pressed my texture sponge into it. And then I'm going to punch these out. Now it's a little hard, but what I do is I take a tile, and I don't have one hot. I put a tile in the oven, and all you have to do is put that on there for about 15 seconds, let it get hot, pull it out, cut a few snowflakes. And you saw how hard I pushed on this. Okay, there's 2 snowflakes. But if you heat it up on a tile just a few seconds, it cuts more, just like paper. And I don't know if the sparkle is showing up on there. I can see it here. But you can use things like that, you know, for elements in your snowmen. You know, put them on a hat. I don't know if the sparkle's showing there or not, but it's there, trust me. I didn't use iridescent, I just used clear. And it sticks. I baked this. This was a sheet rolled on a 7. Textured with my sponge. Put glitter. Outside I went and put glitter, because I don't usually do glitter. And then I burnished it in and stamped it and got off as much extra as I could get, because it gets in your oven and it gets everywhere. But that leads me to the next little thing. Cleaning your oven. When you're baking white clay, I always take a damp, before I turn my oven on, I take a damp paper towel and I wipe the whole inside of the oven out and get any dust. Especially if you have a convection oven, the dust will blow around. And when it blows around while it's baking, you'll put in perfectly white, no fuzz clay in there, and then all of a sudden you take it out of the oven and you'll see a little piece of fuzz. And if you get a really tiny needle, a really tiny skinny needle, while it's still hot, if you just flick at it, it'll usually come right off, and it's coming out of your oven, I can guarantee you. Let's see, sparkles. We were on the sparkling. Two other things. This is a 18 karat gold primo, and it has, when you texture it, the same process that I do with everything else. It has, and even when you bake it, it has a little bit of sparkle in it. And it'll show up, but when it's textured and baked, it does the same thing. This is silver glitter clay from Primo. And it looks really nice when you roll it out smooth. And it looks like all shiny and glittery. But when you bake it, it loses all that. If you texture it, I'm trying to show you the sparkle here. When you texture it, all that glitter is pushed at different angles. So when light's hitting it and it's moving, you will get that effect after it's baked if you do it textured. If you do it smooth, you totally lose that. You see a little bit, but all those different pieces of glitter that are pushed at slightly different angles because of the sponge, they will stay like that after you bake them. Try it. It's a really nice effect. Okay, got my list here. Checking things off, checking them twice. Oh, okay, sanding edges. This is a little piece, and this one is 320. I would use 320 or 400. This is a wet dry sandpaper, and normally I work wet, but I just want to show you how easy this is. I'll find a piece that actually has some stuff on it that I want to get rid of. I did a pretty good job. I think this one has a little bit. So you can see this is where the blue ends. But then there's some also extra blue smudge on there from scraping. And I just want to show you how little this takes. Now, normally I would be working this wet. Okay, that's all that took to clean up that edge. See, a little bit more. Some of that is actually the second color of blue there. There we go. That's all that took to clean up that edge. So take the time. It just makes it that much nicer. And if this was wet and I got dust down into here, I would use the toothbrush and soap, like I told you before, to brush it out. That little simple step can make a big difference in your work. Okay, now this next one, I'm going to bring you out another hideous beast that I made. Besides the mermaid. I used, my sister used to collect snowmen, and she had all kinds of snowmen. And she had them, like, every month there was a different snowman. So some were dressed with sunflowers and summer stuff. And then there were fall leaf ones. And it was a series. And I think she still has them. But I always liked those. So I will be making some of them on my own. Some more different holiday. But this is my hideous witch. This is my first attempt. And the point of me showing you this is not so much of making the witch, but I will tell you how I did it. It's the same process with making the blue, but I did green, because it's green and it's a green witch. And I actually did put a little green into the white clay. I wasn't real happy with the big, thick eyebrows. I should have went smaller, but the more I textured them, the bigger they got. The broom, how I made the broom. I made the broom part first, and I textured it with more texture on here. I cut a wedge and I pinched it. The stick. When I put this stick in, what I did was I had my broom here, and I looked at the angle of where it was coming, and I took this and I cut a hole. Then from that hole, that was and keeping an angle, I started right there and I cut a slice out of there. That allowed my stick that matched the width of this cutter, to slide right in there. And I actually put a dot. I cut a strip. At the end of the strip, I cut it like that, and then I cut out my hole there. I replaced that with a piece of brown, because it's a solid color. That way my strip slid right up and it filled up perfectly. But anyway, and then I scratched it with my tool here. The hat. The hat, and this is what the purpose of me showing you this whole thing to begin with. These are small cutters. The cat and the hat. There's the cat, and there's the hat. And you can cut shapes by hand, like a long oval, and then use your circle cutter to cut into it, and then put a triangle. You can make these by hand. But these types of cutters are called Linzer Tort cookie cutters. And what they are, I don't have they're for making those cookies that have the little bit of jelly in the center. So you'll cut 2 cookies and you'll cut the center out of the one, and you put jelly and you layer them, and then you see like jelly in the center of the cookie, all shiny. But they come in different sets, like the Halloween set. There's a bat, there's a cat, there's a ghost, the witch's hat. There's a very nice owl, and this one's great for owl earrings. And then there's Christmas sets. There's stars, there's a snowman, here's an angel, another good one for earrings, a teddy bear. I know I have a basic set of triangles and diamonds and rectangles. Oh, there's the pumpkin. There's a Christmas tree. Anyway, they come in these sets. And then there's other sets. I haven't figured this one out. I think it's a baby rattle. Here's a set I have that's all dog related. It's a dog bone, a fire hydrant, a little puppy, a bone, a paw print. I have a whole set that's Valentine's. It's different versions of hearts and sizes, some double ones. Anyway, it's hard to find nice small holiday cutters, but all of these sizes are perfect for earrings. And it's Linzer Tort cutters. I'll put a link in the tools. It's not really part of the tutorial, but I just wanted to show you some options that you had. The cat, the little eyes on the cat. So I cut the cat out. Then I took one of my tiny little Bootlace Ferrels and cut 2 holes. Then I cut some of the yellow, the same size, and replaced it. Then I took like a little metal rod or a needle tool. It's something with a flat end works better, and then I just pushed in the center of the little yellow for the eyes. The shoes. This is a good one. Let me find my little cutter there. Here's my cat cutter. Now, another thing you do is repurpose your cutters. So I hemmed and hawed whether I wanted to have shoes or boots on the witch, and I did. I mean, I think it's part of the costume. It makes, but you know, I was trying different ways to cut them, and I'm sitting here and I'm looking at this cat tail. I think, well, part of that looks like a foot, so I cut me a cat butt. Again. I'm not having luck with that one. It's just very sticky clay. Try that again. Okay, I cut a cat butt out of there. And you can see that her boots are actually a cat butt. And then I used that same, this was the large cutter. I used that same cutter to cut away most of it until, you know, I might have trimmed up a little too to make it shorter. But that is her boot leg. And I cut a thin strip of black and put it on the bottom of the shoe, and I made a little heel and some dots for shoestrings. This one is the same thing. It's just that I cut more away. I just cut a little bit more away and just used just the tail part as her front and added the heel. Very simple. But repurpose your cutters. Look through your cutters. You know, if you wanted to make, I've seen little hats like with ears on them. Those bottom legs, if you look at that cutter right there, that would be a cool way to make one of those hats. And I have hundreds and hundreds of cutters. So, let's make a cat face hat. All right, so then this would be on my, you know, if you wanted a snowman hat, it's going to fit on your snowman, shaped like a cat head, or a hat with ears. There you go. But there's so much you can do with simple shapes. Yeah, it's almost a cowboy hat or a parson's hat. There's so much you can do with simple shapes and repurposing your cutters that are, you know, for one purpose. Let me check my list there. One thing as far as clay colors go. One, leach your clay so it's not so sticky. It's your pieces come out so much more precise when it's not real sticky clay. On my yellows, whenever I use either yellow, zinc or cad yellow, I always put about 10% white into it. It bolsters it because yellow loses its vibrancy so easy. I mean, it's so easy to lose that yellow next to the blues and browns and blacks. But because I add white, it just bolsters it and gives it more oomph. Okay, there they all are. Ornaments, pins, earrings. I really hope you enjoyed this. I hope you try different things besides snowmen. There's the trees. I really hope you try different things besides the snowmen. Animals. You know, cat, dog, monkey, bird faces. You know, make some nice pins. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed all this. I hope you enjoyed my class. Please make sure to look at the description for tool links and other information.